Hi everyone, my name is Atik and in this video we are going to build a completely full stack blogging application with a dashboard. In the home page we have a banner that says latest news, tips and insights from our team of tech experts. Or if we go to a category or if we go to a tag, this one will replace by that tag name or that category name. We have a bunch of posts here. We have a pagination. We also have a user that can go to dashboard or sign out. This is the home page, and we also have a search option. Let's start by using our search option. If you click on that, it will open the modal, search for anything, and you can search, for example, let's search for this Next.JS. It will search both categories and posts. Let's do Next.js like this, and it already found two posts that contains Next.js and one category that contains Next.js. Let's search for example, for JavaScript, and as you can see, the search result has been updated. We have a bunch of posts that either their title or content contains JavaScript, and we have one category that has JavaScript. Let's explore the other features. In our homepage, we show a bunch of posts with their image and title of the post, and excerpt or a short format of the post content. We also show the tags and also the author or the person who created the post. We also have a link here that people can click and go to read the full post. If we go down, we also have a pagination. Let's click on this one to go to the next page. If you click, it's going to the next page, and the URL updates page 2, and you can see new bunch of posts, and you can go back also if there is no more pages. So we are on page 1. This button is now disabled, so we cannot go before that, and the same applies to this button. When you reach page 5, for example, as of this application, the button will be disabled. Let's click on one of the tags. Let's click on JavaScript, for example, and now the URL has changed to blog tag and TypeScript. Did I click on TypeScript or Java? I clicked on TypeScript, sorry, not JavaScript. So now we have two posts that has this tag TypeScript. And as you can see, the pagination is disabled. Now let's click on a single post. If you click on this, it will open the post for you with the title and then the author image, and also the category. You can read the full post here. We also show the tags down below here and here. And now let's click on this category. So the URL should change, and then it should go to that category. Now, as you can check on the URL, it says blog category and then the category ID. We can do this one to use category name also, but for this application, I just use the category ID. And now all these 4 posts belong to this category. You can see that the about also changed to latest news, tips and insights about technology. Now let's go to dashboard. If I go to dashboard, click on here. In the dashboard, we show this greeting message, hi, and then the username. And there is a link to that's going to visit the public site. For example, if I click, it opened this one. And also we show the total number of categories, total number of posts that this user created, not from every user. This will be from this specific user, and also total number of views for all of his or her posts, that how many posts he created and how many views all of his posts got. For example, this one Next.js got only 3 views, and this one, which says I can't read the title, got 100 views. And in this side, we show the latest categories. So now let's go ahead and create a post. We can go here, and once you are on the posts homepage, you can only see the posts that you created, not everyone's post. And then here we show a small image of the post, the title and the status, category and number of views. And you can copy this post to clipboard you can delete this post, and also you can edit this post. Let's click on edit, and now it will open the edit mode for you. In here, we have a breadcrumb that shows dashboard and then posts and then the title of the post. We have the title, we have Slack, we have image, and also the content, which we are using a TipTap editor for that. And it's formatting it in a beautiful way. Down below, we have tags. You can create as many tags as you want. And also in the right side, you can choose your category, and you can choose the post status to be either published or in a draft mode. Now let's go back to post. From here, you can create new posts. And if you come to new post, if you create a new title, let's say new title, and the Slack will be automatically generated from the title. You can also update this, but by default, it will be automatically generated from title. You can upload image, and you can create your content here. You can also create tags. Let's say I am creating JavaScript and the TypeScript and also Next.JS, React.js, like this. You can create as many tags as you want. You can choose your category, and you can choose your post status to be either published or draft. Let's go back to post, and now let's click on a post to delete it. Let's delete this one. If I click on delete, as you can see, post deleted successfully, and it has been removed from here. Okay. Now let's go to categories. In categories, also you can copy that to clipboard. You can delete it, and you can update or edit it. And also you can create a new category like this. So let's go ahead and create a new category. I'm going to create a new category. Let's do Node.js like this, and let's click on Save Changes, and our new category created. New category has been created. We have a nice toast option also there. And now let's edit this Node.js. If you click on Edit, let's do Node.js. And instead of JS, let's do Node.js. And now it says category updated successfully. You can see that it has been updated. And now let's remove it. If you click, and then category Node.js deleted success. And let me highlight the technologies also what we are using. We are using Next.js 16. We are using ShadCN UI. We are using Better-Auth, and we are using Neon database with Prisma. This is all about the technologies that we are going to use together for this project. And now, without further ado, let's go ahead and get started to build this amazing project together. Okay, let's get started. I'm going to create a new project using npx create next app at latest, and then I name my project Next Blog. Press enter. Now, Next.js just released version 16. In version 16, it is asking all these questions in a single question. Previously, it was asking, do you want to install TypeScript? And then another question, do you want to install ESLint and configure Tailwind? Like separate questions. But now, all of them are bundled in a default option. So I'm just pressing yes. Okay, our project got created. Let's go inside that project, cd next blog, and then let's open it with VS Code dot. Okay, this is our project. We have a Next.js, fresh Next.js project. Let's go ahead and now install other libraries that we need. So I'm using ShadCN UI and Next.js and Prisma for database as a database ORM. Let's start with ShadCN UI. You can copy this command. I'm using pnpm, but you are free to use whatever you like. pnpm dlx ShadCN latest init. We are initializing ShadCN in our project. It's asking for base color. I'm using natural. Okay, so now let's go and add. You can add like individual components separately, like in PNPM, DLX, ShadCN, latest add button, and then you can add like accordion, like avatar, badge, whatever you want. But for this project, I'm going to add all. So instead of button, I just say add dash dash all. So now all the components are added in our project, to our project. Let's see that in VS Code. You can see npm init. When we did npm init, it added this lib folder, which has a util file inside it and just the cn function. And when we installed everything, it added a hooks folder and also a bunch of components. So this is about ShadCN. Let's go and install Prisma now. Let's go to Prisma and Next.JS and then install. I'm not going to use this one. We are using Postgres, but I am using this option. So just copy the command, pnpm install, and then dash dash save diff. We are also going to copy and then install the Prisma client. This one. Okay, now let's paste the Prisma client and install that one. And while it's installing, let's go and create our database in NeonDB. Neon is free. I already have one project here. Let's create a new project. I name my project Next Blog, and the Postgres version I choose 17, even though the version 18 is available also, but it's in preview mode. And for the region, because I'm in Australia, I choose Sydney. Now click on create. And now click on connect. And you can use this string. Create a .env file. I just put it for now like this. And let's see if Prisma client has been installed. Yes, it is. Okay, now let's do pnpx prisma init. You can do npx, but I'm using pnpm, so I will do pnpx. Okay, great. Now, if we check our VS Code, we have a .env file and we have a Prisma folder. So it's like this. And let's copy this database URL and let's go to .env and let's update this one. So my database URL will be this one. So we have our database URL. Okay, so now we have set up Prisma, we have set up everything. Now let's go and install a Better-Auth. We are done with Prisma. Let's go and install Better-Auth. I'm going to installation and then come here. I'm using pnpm. Just copy this, add it here, pnpm add Better-Auth. Okay, so Better-Auth also installed. Let's go and configure it. The next step is you can create a secret, Better-Auth secret. You can put whatever you want for this secret, but this button will create a random secret for you. Let's do that. And let's copy this and paste this in our .env file again. Okay. As I said, in this while you can be anything, you can put whatever you like, but I prefer to use this one. And now another thing is you can copy this one and put it here. And what's next? Next, we need to create an auth.ts file. to configure our Better-Auth under lib folder or under utils folder. But because we are using Prisma, we can come down and select Prisma and copy this from here. Let's come here, click on lib folder, and then create a new file called auth.ts and paste it here. I don't need this command. Okay, Prisma client from generated Prisma. I think my one is under the app. So I will do app generated. Let's see, is it app and generated? Oh, actually, I didn't generate Prisma yet. So let's generate it first. Okay, so now let's generate Prisma. npx dot envcli pn npx Prisma generate. Press enter. Our Prisma client got generated. Now let's go to VS Code, and we should have generated. Actually, it's on the lib folder, so not under the app. It's on the lib. So let's import it from lib folder. Add slash lib and then generate it, and then Prisma client. Okay, so what we need to do now, we just need to change this SQLite to Postgres because we are using Postgres. And now I copied this new database URL. Let's go back. It's already here. So now what we need to do in Better-Auth, we can just do it like email and password and enable true. That's it. And now we can log in with our email and password and register with email and password. That's just that simple. But before that, let's go again to Better-Auth, create database tables. Let's do npx, this one. As you can see right now, our Prisma schema is completely empty. But let's do this command. I think it's failing. Let's do pnpx. It's asking, do you want to override the Prisma? We say yes. And now if we check our VS Code, you can see that the command created a user model, it created session model, account, and verification model. So that's great. Now let's go back to Better-Auth documentation. We are not using this one, and I think that's it. So what else we need? We also need to create an auth client. I'm just copying this one. Let's go back to VS Code and where we created our auth. This is for the backend, but we are also creating for the frontend auth client.ts, and let's copy the code from here. Okay, perfect. You don't even need this one, but if you want to leave, you can leave it like that. Let me put a space. And I think that's it for Better-Auth configurations. Let's go and now in, where was it? Get started. Actually, concepts. Let's go to clients. We already installed Better-Auth. What we need to do next, we created this one, auth client, and now we need to use it. So we have already installed the ShadCN UI. Let's go ahead and search for the form. We have a form here. We already installed form, and we only need to do what we only need to do is we can copy this one. So let's go, and I'm closing everything and everything here also. Let's go inside the components, not in the UI, but in components itself. I'm creating a new file, call it sign in form.tsx. I'm just doing export default function sign in form. Okay. And now in here, just return. I'm just going to use form from UI form. And let's also do plain HTML form. And then here, paste this one. When I save, it will automatically import the components for me. Okay, so now let's go ahead and configure this. We also need to use a schema. For our schema, we will be using Zod resolver. And let's go on ahead and do that. Const sign in form schema, sign in form schema, which is z.object. Let's import z. Not from Better-Auth, it's from Zod. Okay, z.object. It's an object. And then we only need for sign in email. And we can say that email is z.email. And we just say message email is required. Or let's say if the email is not valid, invalid email address. Let's add another field for password. Password is z.string. And we need the password to be at least minimum, let's say minimum 3 characters. And if it was not like that, we just say message and then password is required. Okay, perfect. Now let's also create a type for this type sign in form values, and we can say z.infer and type of sign in form schema. Okay, great. And now what we need to do, we come here and just say const form equal use form. We can import that from React hook form. and what it expects an object, but let's assign the sign in form values here. Sign in form values. So we have types. For the resolver, we just say Zod resolver, and let's also add default values. Default values. For email, default email is an empty string, and the password is also an empty string. Okay, great. Let's import it manually. Import Zod resolver from, let's add this first, hook form resolvers and Zod. And now from here, what we need to import? Zod resolver. Zod resolver. Okay, great. So this has been solved. And now what we need to do, we can come here. We need to pass the whole object to the form. Dot form. Spread the form here. And then here, we just need to, we can do that later actually. So let's come here now. And for username, we don't need username actually. We need email. And we need email here. Label is email. ShadCN placeholder will be enter your email. We don't need form description actually. That should be it. We only need these things. And we also need another form field for password. Let's do this for password. Password. And here also password. And enter your password. Okay, great. What else we need? Okay, for now that's it. Let's add also a submit button. Just a button. Let's import it from where? It's not going to work. Let me do it like this. Button, import it from UI button. And it should have a type submit. Submit. Let's add a class name also to the button. Class name, cursor pointer, and the class should have like a text called, let's say, sign in. Okay, let's go ahead and now create the onSubmit function. Const onSubmit. You can name this whatever you want, but I just name it onSubmit. Can be an async function. And then let's go. It's an arrow function actually. Okay. And here, for now, let's leave it empty and we use it in here. So we say on submit is form, which is this form. This is an object and it has handle submit in it. Form dot handle submit, and we pass on submit. Okay, now what we need to do, we need to add a class name also here. Class name, I just need to style this one. I just say flex and then flex column, and I just need to add a gap of 6 between the form elements. And now we come here, and this actually accepts data or values, whatever you name, and it will be a type of sign in form values. Okay, Let's come here. We will create a try catch block. Try, and then catch. For the catch for now, we just say console.error, console.error, and then we console log the error. And we also need to add a finally block. In the finally block, we will finish if this is done or this is done. So, but before that, let's do in here, we do await auth client. As you can see, auth client, we can import it from lib auth client. So if you remember, let me go in lib. We created auth client, which is this basic file. And now in here, auth client, it's an async function dot sign in dot email. So it will sign in with email and password. It's an object, and the email will be values dot email. The password will be values dot password. Okay, perfect. This is about it. And also let's add a callback URL. So when after sign in, where it should go. Callback URL, we just say come back to slash. And apart from this, we need to also add on success and on error message. On success, it's a function. And then if it is successful, we just do, let's create a router. I'm coming here and say const router, use router, and import it from next navigation, not next router, next navigation. Use router. And in here, when the login is successful, we can redirect back to a home page. Router.push, go back to home page. But if it is not successful, what we need to do on error, this is another function which we need to pass a context, ctx, or you can write context. And then here we need to add a toast notification. Toast, which you can import from Sonar. Toast.error, ctx.error.message. Okay, let's also create a loading state here. Is loading, set is loading. We use React state, use state. And for now, by default, it should be false. And then here, in the try, we set it to set is loading to be true. And in the finally block, we set it back to false. Set is loading to false. Okay, perfect. So this is our form. And I think that's it about our sign-in form. And now if we go to app, inside app, let's create an organizational folder. I call it auth, and then inside auth, I will create a new folder called sign in. And inside sign in, I just create a page.tsx. Let's say export This will be a route export default function sign in page. Oh, sorry, it's not arrow function. And we don't need equal here. And then here, just return. I just need to do a simple div, and then inside the div, I will just do sign in form. Sign in form from components sign in form. Okay, perfect. Now, if we run our project, we should see this in action. Set is loading, we can use that later. But now let's go ahead and run our project. pnpm div. Now, if we go and visit localhost 3000, this is our default Next.js homepage. But if we go to sign in, sign-in, oh, because I'm using hooks here, we need to make this component use client. By default, everything in Next.js is server-side, but we need to turn this to use client. Okay. And now you can see our sign-in form here. Okay, so what's next? Let's design this a little bit better. We can go to ShadCN UI. We need to go to card, and we can use this card. So what I need to do, I'm coming here and grab this whole thing and coming back to my sign in form and paste in here. So card content, I get it from here. We don't need card action. We don't need card description, and just card title is okay. Card header is okay. And we just need to close this at the end. Close this here and close the actual card. And now if you save, it should auto import these components. But make sure it's importing from, where was it? From UI card. Okay, perfect. And wfull mx WSM. That should be correct. Log into your account. Let's change this to sign in to your account. And the rest should be all good, I think. Now, if we visit our localhost, you can see this is our sign-in page. But let's center this sign-in page a bit. Okay, let's go back to our VS Code, and in the page, let's add a class here. Class name, flex, item center, justify center, and wfull, and h device height. Let's save it, and you can see it's looking much better. So if you click on sign in, it says invalid email address and password is required. What we need to do next, let's add this loading state to our button. We come down here, we get this and make it conditional. We say if it's loading, we just need to add a spinner, which is coming from ShadCN UI, and it's already in our UI spinner. Let's close it. Let's also add a class here. We make it size 6. And if it's not loading, we just need this text. Okay, great. Now, let's also add a social logins. I'm just doing a simple p tag, and just say don't have an account. If you don't have an account, and let's add a space. If you don't have an account, and we will be using a Next.js link, import link from next link. Don't use from Lucid React, but from next link. And now the href will be sign up. We haven't created that page yet, but we will create it soon. I'm going to add a little bit of style also here. Text blue 900 and underline. Actually, we don't need underline. And it says sign up. And let's do a separator. It should be from UI separator. And now let's add another button for GitHub login. Button, but the type is not submit. Type is button. And let's also add a class name. Text. I just want to make the text a custom text to be a small text, and cursor pointer. So in here, I just say continue with GitHub. And let's add another button to continue with Google. Okay, this one will be continue with Google. Okay, now let's create the functions, but let's go up and we have on submit. We can also come here and say const sign in with GitHub. Sign in with GitHub. This is an async function. Oops. Let's make it arrow function. And then here we just need to say auth client dot social auth client dot sign in and then dot social and in the social we just say provider is GitHub and the callback URL we just need to redirect to homepage. Okay, we can do the same thing for Google. We just need to change this name to be Google. Oops, sorry. Google, and then here also Google. Now let's use these functions. You come down here, and then here I just say on click is sign in with GitHub. And then this one, similar, on click, sign in with Google. Okay, perfect. Now if we go and check our browser, it should look much better. As you can see, it's here. So continue with Google, continue with GitHub, but we haven't configured how to log in with GitHub and Google. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to my VS Code and let me close everything in here and here, and let's go to lib folder, auth, because this is the backend. And in here we say social providers, is an object, GitHub. We add GitHub, and we need client ID, which will be process.env.github client ID. Client ID. We make it to be a string or required. And next one is client's, oops, not client key, client secret. And for the client secret, we do the same process.env dot, dot GitHub client secret. Let's make this one also required field. Another is optional, like this prompt, but I think it's a good option to add every time when you want to log in with GitHub or Google. It should ask you to select an account, not using the default account. Okay, this is about GitHub. Let's go and duplicate this one and add Google. And the GitHub client ID, we will change this one to a Google client ID. Google client ID and Google client secret. That's it. Also, let's add plugins. Plugins, we need only one plugin for now, which is Next cookies. Import Next cookies from Better-Auth / Next.js, and we need to import Next cookies. This is all about our configuration of the Better-Auth. We created our sign-in form. Let's go ahead and also do the same thing for sign-up form. We just need to go inside components and copy this sign-in form. I am pasting it here and just rename it to a sign-up form. So sign-in form schema, I'm using it here. So I'm just changing the sign-in form to sign-up form. And then in here, sign-in form values to sign-up form values. Where else we need to change? In here, instead of sign-in, we need to add sign-up form. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now let's finish our Zod schema. Now we also need a confirm password. Confirm password, which is also a z.string. We are not going to put the message directly here because it should match the password. Confirm password and password should be the same. So we are going here and do refine. In refine, it's getting a data, and data, we are checking that if data.password is equal to data.confirm password. Otherwise, we just send a message, and in the message we say passwords don't match. And the path will be like, for example, in here, when we have a confirm password, if you choose the path to be password, it will show the error message under the password. But if you choose the path to be confirm password, it will show under the confirm password. But you can show on the both of them. But for me, I'm just using path to be a confirm password. Confirm password. Okay, great. This is it about Zod schema and confirm confirm password. And now in here, instead of sign in, we say sign up. That easy. Await auth client.signup.email. We need to add a name because, as you remember, in our Prisma, user has a name also. But if for now you don't have a name, we can just do name values.email, but you can change it later. Password is password, and callback, the rest is the same. And sign in with GitHub. Let's change this one also to confirm password. I think that's it. So, and what else we need to do? Don't have an account, but let's change this to already have an account. Already have an account. If you already have an account, then go to sign in / sign in. Let's actually fix this one in sign in form also. It should be /sign-up because we will name our route to be sign-up. Let's go up in app folder, and in the auth, let's create another folder for sign up, and create a page.tsx. Actually, I can copy these and paste in sign up, and just need to change sign in form to sign up form. That's it. And now if we go to sign up, or here we are already in sign in form, don't have an account, sign up. Oh, I think I misspelled something here. This should be page sign up. Yes, sign up. And in here, I did spell it wrong. Sign up. So let's go back and click on sign up now. And now we are in sign up form. We can go ahead and test this. Let's add an email, for example. But before testing, let's go ahead and migrate our database. Let me shut down the app. I'm doing npx.envcli and then npx prisma db migrate. As you can see, the command is here, prisma migrate. Actually, it doesn't have db. Prisma migrate div. If you want to give it a name, you can do, but I just press enter. So now I want to enter a name for that. Initial migration for Better-Auth. Okay, great. If we go and check now our database in Neon, I come here, click on tables. You can see we have accounts, sessions, users, verifications, but all of them are empty now. Let's run our application, pnpm div, and let's go ahead and register a user to actually see if it is working. Sign up page. And let's go ahead and say john@email.com, and the password will be, I just saw, here is an issue. We shouldn't be able to see the password. So what can I do here? I come here and say type is password. And the same thing for sign up form also. Confirm password is type password. And then here also type password. Okay, perfect. So now we cannot see the password. I can do John1234. If I enter a wrong password that doesn't match the other one, it says password don't match. So I have to say John1234. And now click on sign in. Actually, we need to change this text to sign up, not sign in. Let's go ahead and do that. Sign up form. This one should be, where's our button? Oh, in here. Sign up. Okay. Okay, so let's click on sign up. I don't know, we got an error. Let's see the error. Oh, I forgot one important step here. And that step is if we go to Better-Auth documentation, it will be if we search for Next.js, it is this one. So under API, we create an auth folder and then all. So we come here under the app, and then under we create an API folder, API, and then inside the API, let's create a file, a folder called auth, and then another folder which catch all the routes, and then a file named route.ts. And now in here, we just need to copy and paste this one. Okay, perfect. Now if we go ahead and try to click on sign up, this time we should be able to register. Let's wait for this. Okay, perfect. It redirected us back to the home page. And if we check our Neon console, let's refresh. We have this user here. Amazing job. Okay, now let's go ahead and add the Google and GitHub sign-in option to our sign-up form also. Let me copy this from sign-in, and paste it in sign-up here. Should be in here. And then we also need to bring the two methods which we created here. Just copy and paste them in here. Perfect. So now they are not working because till now we don't have Google Cloud API key and GitHub API keys. So let's go into Google Cloud Console. Let's create a new project from scratch. Click on here, new project, and then project name will be, I just name it YouTube. And let's click on create, and it's creating our project. It may take a few minutes. It has been done. And now select this project. As you can see, I'm on YouTube. And now let's go ahead and click on here, APIs and services. When you are in APIs and services, okay, now when we are here, click on credentials, and now click on create credentials. Click on OAuth client ID. Okay, now let's go and click on configure consent screen, get started. Our app name will be Next blog. User email, I choose my email and click on next. Audience, I will choose external, because internal is only within your organization. And click on next. Contact email address, I will provide my email, and now click on finish, continue, and create. Now we can click on create OAuth client. Application type, it's a web application, and name of our application is Next blog, and add authorized JavaScript origin. We don't care about that, but in here, authorized redirect URIs, we need to add this. If we go to next Better-Auth documentation, let's click on authentication, click on Google, and now in here it says you have to provide this one. Copy this and go to your Google Cloud and paste it here. Now click on create. Now you can copy your client ID from here. Just copy and come here, Google client ID, which is this one. And also now let's copy the Google client secret. Let's copy that. Google client secret. We are all set now. What we need to do now, our project is ready, so we can go ahead and test it. Okay, now let's come here. And if we refresh our page, we are in sign in page. Let's click on sign up. Let's create a new account. I'm creating a john@email.com, and password is John1234. John1234. Let's click on sign up. It doesn't match passwords. I think I misspelled. Click on sign up. It's loading. And after we signed up, it should redirect us back to the home page. As you can see, we are now back to the home page. And if we check our Neon database, let's refresh our users, and now we have John here. Okay, perfect. Now, what we need to do, we can go ahead in here and let's clear all the cookies. Come to cookies, and here, clear everything. We don't have anything in session storage, in local storage. Also, we clear everything, and now we should be able to go back to sign in. Sign in. Okay, and now let's try to sign in with Google. We created Google, but for the GitHub, we will do it later. Click on continue with Google, and now it will open this pop-up for you to choose your account. Remember, in here we configured where was it? In Better-Auth, we say to prompt for select an account. So now it's asking us to select an account. If I select my account and continue, and now I'm logged in with Google. Okay, if I check Neon database, it's here. I'm here. Okay, perfect. Now that that's done, let's continue working on our model. I'm going to open Prisma. We already have user, session, account, and verification. Let's create a new model. We call it post. And post has an ID, which is of type string. ID of type string, and its ID and default will be UUID. Okay. A post will have a title, which is also of type string. A post will have a slug, which is also a type of type string, and the slug will be unique. A post will have content. So we will have content, which is also of type string. What else we need? We need image URL, which is also string. We need number of views. Number of views will be an integer, and default will be 0. Okay. What else we need? We need tags. Tags will be an array of strings. String and then array. Status. For status, let's create an enum. It should only have 2 values. I'm just saying enum and then post status. It will be either published or draft. Published or draft. And now we come here and we say post status, and the default one, we just say default one will be published. We also need a user ID for this post. So every user create a post. User ID. We also, and this post belongs to a user. So belongs to a user. We also need to add the relationship. Relation and then reference. A reference is the ID of the post. Post ID. I mean user ID. And the field, which field we are going to use, this user ID, to reference to this user ID, the ID of the user. So we are getting that ID, this ID, and we put it in here, and then we just say fields, which field in our post we need to map to this ID of the user. We say fields user ID. User ID that we type here. And also, what else we need? We need on delete cascade. It means when a user got deleted, delete all the user post also. What else we need? Category ID. We need a category ID, and it will be a string. And let's make this optional. So what else? And when we need a category ID, so it means that this post belongs to a category. So let's add category also. And for now, just leave it empty. We will come back later. Let's add created at, which is of type datetime, and the default is now. Let's also add updated at, which is of type datetime again, and the default is now. Also, it's updated at. Okay, now let's work on category model. Model category. It's the same. Category will have an ID, and let's copy all these things, but we remove most of them. It will have an ID, but created at and updated at, and definitely will need a user ID. And also, let's remove these things. We just need to add a name to the category. Name, created at, updated at, and user ID. Okay, great. Also, a category will have many posts, and a post belongs to a category. So what we can do here, let's come down here after the user ID. A post belongs to a user and a category, and the category will have multiple posts and belongs to a user. So now we add a user, and we also need to add posts. Posts is of type post. So every category will have multiple posts, so we put it as an array. And now we need to add the, I think that's it. We don't need to add anything else. Yes, that should be it. And now in here, let's modify this. So category will be of type category. This is also optional. And let's add the relationship. Relationship will be reference. The reference will be the ID of the category, this ID, and which field in the post we will use category ID. Fields, we use a category ID. And on delete, when a category got deleted, delete the posts also, cascade. Okay, perfect. So we added a post model, added a category model, and let's also modify the user. If we go to user, as I said, a user can create categories and the user can create posts. So let's do it here. Let's come down here. So we can say every user can create multiple posts. So post, an array of posts, and every user can create multiple categories, an array of category. That's it. We also need to add saved posts. This is an extra option that we have. So a user can save a post to read later, save posts, which is of type an array of strings. And the default one is an empty string. Default one, an empty array, sorry. Now, what we need to do now, let's go to our terminal. Okay, let's do npx prisma generate. It cannot filter.config. Oh, I think the issue is here. If we come here, because we are in the root of our directory, let's do it like /prisma, and then come down in here also /prisma, and let's remove this one also. I think we will use process.env, process.env.database URL, and make sure that this one exists. Okay, let's try now. npx prisma generate. Okay, great. It has been generated. Now we are done with our database setup. We have created our authentication, login, and sign up pages. Let's continue. We have to create a Prisma client or Prisma instance to access our database. What we are going to do, I'm going to do I name it db.ts. Not here, sorry. I will create this inside the lib folder and name it db.ts and import Prisma client, Prisma client, but I'm sticking with this one, /lib and then /generate Prisma client. Okay, I'm creating a new variable, const global, I name it global for Prisma, and then I just say global as unknown, and then as I just say Prisma, which is a Prisma client. And now come down here, const Prisma equal global for Prisma dot Prisma, or new Prisma client. Okay. Now what we need to do, we are checking here if process dot env dot node env not equal production. If it's not in production mode, we just say global for Prisma dot Prisma is equal to Prisma. Otherwise, we can just do export default Prisma. Okay, perfect. Why I did like this? I was able to do like this, like just creating a new Prisma client, and let's say we don't need all of them. We can do exactly like this also, but this is really helpful, especially when we are doing hot reloading during development. Every time we save changes to any of our file, Next.js will reload the server and our pages. And if we don't have this setup, and if we have only this one, then what happens? On every hot reload, a new instance of Prisma client will be created, which is not really what we want. Okay, great. And now let's go and migrate our changes. Click here, and then I will say npx Prisma migrate dash dash Prisma migrate div. Okay, let's spin our server pnpm div, and let's go and create our dashboard. I'm going to VS Code. Let's make this smaller, and I'm closing everything and all the files also. And inside the app, I'm going to create a folder, an organizational folder called, I will call it admin. And then inside admin, I'm going to create another folder, dashboard. And inside the dashboard, I'm creating a new file, page.tsx. Let's export default dashboard page. Sorry, it's not arrow function. Export default function. And in here, we just return a simple div and an h1 inside it, which we say dashboard page. But I want this page to be a protected page because we created our login and sign up route. We set up our authentication. Let's first check if it is already protected or not. If I go to /dashboard, as you can see, I can access the page, which is not good. So the way I'm going to do it is here. I'm going inside lib folder, and I will create a new file called auth-utils.ts. Let's do export. Actually, I just first create a function, const auth session, and then it will be an async function. Okay, now what I need to do, I just need to get const session. It will be auth. We can import that from this file that we created, auth.api.get session. And this session expect a headers. Let's do it await headers from next headers, and we just need to return this session. Return session. Okay. Now let's do export const require auth, which is an async function. And we check in here, we just say const session equal await auth session. Okay, great. And now we check if not session, if session is not there, what we are going to do, we just need to redirect. We can import redirect from next navigation, redirect to /sign in. But if it is there, we just need to return session. Okay, so now let's copy this function, and we also need to create require no auth. So this the pages that doesn't require authentication. So now if the session exists, we just redirect them to homepage, probably maybe later to dashboard. But if yes, otherwise we don't need this part here. And now what I can do, I can go to this dashboard page. Let's make it an async function, export default async function, and I can just do await require auth. That's simple. And now if we check our browser, let's wait for the page to refresh. It will redirect us back to sign in page. If I try to go to dashboard, I cannot go. But if I try to log in, I'm going to john@email.com, and the password was john1234. Let's click on sign in. And now I should be able to go to dashboard page. Yes. But this time, if I try to go to log in or sign in, it should bring me back to the dashboard. Actually, I can still go. Let me check my utils. I need to do this in the pages. Okay. Let's go to auth, and then in here, and then in the page, make it an async function. Async function, and then just to await require no auth. Let's save it. And now if I try to go to sign in, it should bring me back to homepage. And we can do the same for sign up. Let's go to sign up. We can do the same here. Async and await require no auth. Okay, perfect. When I am here, I also want to modify this one. Because we have an organizational folder, we can create a layout for both of these pages. Layout.tsx, export default function. I just say auth layout, and then this will have a children, which will be of type React node, and let's destructure the children. And now what we need to do here, instead of creating this this style in every page, in sign in and sign up page, we can do that in layout. We can just say return and then paste this here and then render the children. Okay, great. And now we need to remove this from sign in and sign up from both of them. You just need to return sign up form and sign in form. That's simple. It should still work the same. Come here, try to go to sign in. It should redirect us back. If you also try to go to sign up, still it should redirect us back to homepage. But if I clear my sessions, I clear the cookies here, and now if I try to go to dashboard, it shouldn't work, and it should redirect us back to login. Dashboard, it's redirecting us back to login page. Okay, perfect. Okay, let's continue with our dashboard. Now we are going to create our dashboard. Let me sign in with an account. Okay, let's continue with dashboard sidebar. I'm going to ShadCN UI in here. And if you go to components and then there's a sidebar, I'm just adding the sidebar from here. So let's go to terminal. I'm shutting down the server. Okay. In the meantime, let's go to a dashboard in here. Okay, so let's go to ShadCN UI and see how to use this sidebar. Okay, if you come down, it says how to use here. So the first thing, we need to import the sidebar provider and the app sidebar to our layout. We are going to VS Code. Let's go to, if we check our UI, we should have a sidebar now. Yes, we have a sidebar. Okay, great. So now let's go to app and then admin. In admin, let's create a layout. Layout.tsx. I just do export default function admin layout, and then it's taking a children which is of type React node. Oops. React node, and let's straight away destructure children in here. Children, and come here, and now React node, not React node. Okay, so now let's go and do return. And what we did, copy from here. We just need to return these things actually. We copy and then return it here. And now it got imported from sidebar provider and then app sidebar. Do we even have app sidebar? It should be from components, app sidebar. So we haven't created app sidebar yet. So let's create that. We copy this one directly inside components. We just say app sidebar dot tsx and then paste this code here. So now we have app sidebar. Okay, perfect. Now, if we save, it should import app sidebar. Okay, now let's go and check our browser. Okay, as you can see, we have our sidebar in here. Let's check the documentation once again and see what else we need to do. Okay, so create a new sidebar, app sidebar.tsx. We did that one. Now let's add sidebar menu. Okay, so what we can do now is we can do like this. Actually, let me copy this whole thing and we will paste in here instead of this app sidebar. We can remove that and we can paste this new code. Let's go and see our browser now, and you can see we have our sidebar nicely here. Now that we are up to here, let's go ahead and also start with creating posts. But before that, let me change these things. So home pages, let's change this to dashboard. Dashboard, and then the URL will be dashboard. And the next title will be posts, and the URL also will be /posts. And so the next one will be categories, and the URL will also be categories. What else we need? I think we need save posts also. Save posts, and the URL will be save. Let's remove this. And now in our application, instead of application, we say next blog. Okay, perfect. If we see now, we have dashboard, posts, categories, and save posts. Let's start with posts. I'm going to VS Code, and now inside the admin, let's create a new folder. I name it posts, and press enter. We will have a page.tsx in the post. And let's also create another folder for dynamic routes. Let's put this inside brackets, and we will create and update a post by, we will update the post by its ID. So let's do it ID here. And inside the ID, we will create a new file. Okay, perfect. So let's create here, export const, let's do export default function, and let's name it post page. I don't know whatever you name, but I'll name it post page. Okay, so now let's return a simple div for now, div, and then h1 post page. And let's also copy this one, and we will paste in this one also, the parent one. But this one will be posts page. We will show posts here, but in the other one in here, we will create posts. Okay, perfect. So now this ID is dynamic. What I mean by that, let me show you in the browser. So if you go to /posts, and then it will show you the general posts page, which is this one, not the one under the ID. This is directly under the posts. But under the ID, this page is dynamic. Whatever ID you put, it should show you this. Let's add in here single post page. so you can see that clearly. So we can come to posts and then any dynamic ID. Let me put something here, and you can see single post page. You can change this to whatever you want, like something, and then again, it shows that. But later on, when we develop our blog, if this ID doesn't exist, then our update operation will not work. Okay, perfect. Let's go and continue with our post page, single post page. Okay, to do that, what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to inside the components again, and I create a new file. I will name it postform.tsx. And then here, what I will do, export default function, and let's do postform, and for now, let's return form. We can get form from UI, and then a normal form like this. And what else we need? Okay, so before starting our form, let's create our Zod schema. Const form schema, we will add like z, as z should be imported like a constant, not as a default. z.object, and then what we need for our post to have. So we need an ID. The ID is not required when we create a new post, because we will use the same route, this one, to create our post also. But this is good when we want to update a post. So it will be of type string, and let's make it optional, because when we create a new post, the ID does not exist. It's z.string. Okay, perfect. And now this is optional, but title, post title will be a required field always. z.string, and we will put a message, title is required. Okay. And the next one will be the content, post content. Content also will be z.string, and we will also put a message, content is required. So if someone needs to provide the content, we will show the message that content is required. Another one field is image URL, and this is also z.string, which is also, we can say, image URL is required. Okay, let's come down. Category ID. Category ID is a required field. It's of type string. z.string, and the tags. Okay, for tags, because it's an array of strings, it will be stored as an array of strings in our database. But since we will be using a React Select to manage our frontend, and we will make this an array of objects. And then when we send this to our database, we will change it. Object, and then an array of object, and this object will have a label, which is of type z.string, and a value, which is also z.string. Okay, perfect. Oh, this is also z.array, not just array. Okay, what else we need? We need if the post is published or not. Publish or status. I think I named the status. Let's check it in our Prisma Prisma schema, and then post. I think it's status. Yes. Okay, so status will be also of type z.string. It's a required field. And let's see what else we need. We need categories. This is for update, not for when we create a new post. It's an array and then an array of objects, but this will have an ID. This object will have an ID of type z.string and a name, which is also of type z.string. But this is optional, since I told you it's only required for when we update z.array. Okay. What else we need? We need a slag for our post. Slag will be, oops, sorry, not cat, it is slag. Slag will be of type z.string, and we can put a message slag is required. Okay, perfect. So we created our schema. Now let's do export. Maybe we will use, that's why I'm doing export, because we may need it. Type form values, and then we say z.infer, type of form schema. Okay, perfect. Now what we need to do here, we come here and we say const form equal, we will use React hook form. You can import it from React hook form, use form. And what we need to provide in here, we need to provide resolver, which will be of type Zod resolver. You can import it from hook form and then resolver Zod. Our resolver will be from Zod resolver, and now we need to also provide the form schema for this form schema. And for our default values, let's straight away, because we need these attributes when we want to update our post, let's straight away get it from our form and destructure it here. We need ID, a title, a content, image URL, and what else we need? Let's import them. They're of type form values. So we'll get rid of the errors, and category ID and tags, and also publish. Actually, it's status, and categories, and then slag. Okay, perfect. So I think I forgot categories to add here, and category will be similar to tags, but it will be optional, optional, and then we will name it categories. I think I added, but not sure what happened to that. So we need an ID for categories and then a name. Okay, perfect. So we have all our attributes here, and then our default values will be ID will be ID, title will be title, content will not context, content will be content, and what else? Now let's go ahead and continue with our form. I'm coming to here to form. Let's spread the form here, this form. And now inside this form, what we need a form field, and then I think it's auto close. a self close. So in this form field, we need a controller control, which will be of type form.control. Form.control, and we need a name, which will be the first option. We need a title. It should match exactly this key. So we should name it title. And the next one will be, let's come down, and then I will do render. The render is a function that will return something. So let's straight away destructure field from here, and we can say form item, and in the form item we need form label, and the form label we say title or post title, whatever you like. Form control, and inside the form control we need an input field, and then in this input we need to destructure or split the field. Let's also style it a little bit, and then add a class name to this div, flex column and gap 6, and then Slack here. When someone enter a title, we can generate Slack from title also. Okay, perfect. What's next? Next is another form field will be image URL, and then we can say image. And for this one, we cannot use input. We can use input and provide a type of file to that, but let's do it better. We will be using upload thing. Let me go to upload thing. And if you don't have an account, create an account, but I already have an account. I'm going to straight to dashboard, and you can create a new app, choose free, and then my app name will be Next blog. If you come down for the region and this access control, if you are on a free plan, you cannot change your region and access control. But if you select one of the paid options, and then now you can change your region and access control. Okay, so we'll stick with free and create our app. Okay, great. Let's copy our upload thing API key and put it in here. Upload thing. Okay, upload thing token. Now, what we need to do, if we go to docs, we can come to a next app router. We need to install this. I'm using pnpm. Let's shut down our server. Pnpm add upload thing react. And what else we need? We already copied this one, upload thing token. What else we need? We copy this, go to our VS Code. Let me close all these things except this post form. We will be working on that. We come inside app API, and then in the API we will create a new folder, upload thing, and then if you create upload, once you created upload thing, and then add a core.ts inside it, core.ts, and then just paste this code. Okay, perfect. Now let's go and see the other steps. We created the core, and now we need to create a route also. We copy this and then go here And the upload thing again, we just do route.ts. You don't need to change anything here. It's already configured for you. Okay, what else we need? Create the upload thing component. You can go that you can do that in lib folder, or if you have a utils folder, you can do that in utils folder. But because I have a lib folder, let me copy this and go to a lib folder, and let's name it upload thing.ts. Okay, perfect. So this should be imported from app and then API upload thing. Cool. Okay. What else we need is I think that's it. We are using Tailwind version 4, and okay, we have to import this one also to our Tailwind version 4. Copy that and come here, global.css, paste it here. Okay, perfect. Now, what we need to do, this is using a button, but I think I'm going to use the drop zone option. Okay, so what we can do in here, let's copy this code, copy, and then go to our VS Code. Let's close this global.css. I don't think we need this one also. And the route also, the core also, we don't need anymore. Let's go to our components and create a new file. Let's name it image uploader.tsx, and export default function image uploader. And let's paste it here. Oh, they have already okay, let me remove this and this one. Okay, we need to move this to above the export default. Okay, these two are there now. And let's also return this one. Return this thing. Okay, I think this should be from app, and then not like this, slash app, and then API upload thing. Okay, let's start by making this a client component. Use client. And let's go ahead and do our and now come here, because we will need to receive a default URL. So straight away destructure it here, default URL, and then on change, and also endpoint, which we will grab from the structure from our props. So let's create a type for that. Type, you can create interface also, image uploader props, and I can say default URL. It's an optional prop. It can be either a string or sorry, I forgot this one, a string or null. And then what else we need? Unchange. And we need unchange, which can also be an optional field. URL, which will be of type string or null, and the return type doesn't have any return type, so it's void. Endpoint, it will be key of our a file router. Our file router. Okay, perfect. So what is this? Oh, yes. So I think I misspelled this one. It's our file router. I mean this one. Let's copy this. I think I spelled it wrong. Okay, perfect. And now we don't need this. And what else we need? We need to destructure them from our image upload props. Like this. Let's also create the two states. Const value and then set value. This will be our image value and set value, and then we will say react.use state, or you can directly import use state from React. Use state, and it will be either of type string or null. String or null. And the default one, we will say default URL, default. Why is not picking? Default URL, this one, default URL, or if default URL doesn't exist, we just say null. And another state will be const, because when we update a post, we will already have an image URL. Maybe we don't have, but maybe we have. But if we have, so we will show that image instead of the drop zone. So let's do show drop zone, and then set show drop zone. Actually, it's show drop zone. Okay, it will be use state, and then it will be of type Boolean. And then we can convert this. We can just say true or false, like this, true, false, or we can say default URL. So this one will turn this string to a Boolean. Okay, perfect. Now let's do a function const handle set, and I will say it's a function, is the URL is of type string or null. It's an error function. So what we need here, we need set value. When someone try to change the image, we just set it to new image, and unchange will accept a URL also. Okay, perfect. Let's save this. And now what we can do, we can come here and say if not show drop zone, it means if there is already an image and a value for that image, then we need to return that image. We will create a div, and then we give it a class. Let's do it relative. And let's come down and we create another div just for styling purpose. We will also give it a class of relative and w full, and the minimum weight we will say, I don't know, 600, and minimum height will be around 200 pixel. It's minimum height. Okay, great. Now what else we need? We want to give it a shadow. Shadow LG overflow hidden. Overflow hidden. And we also want it to be a bit rounded. So rounded XL. Okay. And now we need to use Next.JS image, and which is a self-closing, and then the src will be value, and class name will be object cover. Object cover. Okay. What else we need? We need this image to fill the parent div. Okay. And alt. We need an alt. We just say what we need to say. For now, let's just say thumbnail. Thumbnail. I think that's it for now. It's not auto importing. Let's import that from next image. Import image from next image. Okay, great. Our image is here. We can also add a button to that. If we come here inside the first relative one, we just say create another div, and then to remove that image. Class name we say margin top, let's do 3, and it's flex, and then gap of 2. Gap 2. And then here, let's do a normal button. And the type is button, and then class name. A class name is position absolute, because we have position relative here. Rounded, let's do rounded full. Right, because it's position absolute, right 0, and then top also 0, not 9, top 0, and then background, let's do white, and opacity of that background, let's do I don't know, 60. Let's come down, and what else we need? So by default, the background will be, the opacity will be 60, but on hover, opacity should be 100. Opacity 100. And shadow, let's add a shadow 2 XL, and padding 2, margin 2, and a cursor pointer. And then for the content of this button, we just need to import the X icon from Lucid React. X from Lucid React. Now save it. I think I don't need this much space. And this one also, let's close it here. And let's format a bit. Okay. So this was for when an image exists and we want to update. It's not set show drop zone, it's actually just show drop zone. Okay. And this one is when we want to upload a new image. Let's put this in a div also. I will add a class just relative, and just paste it here. And what we need to do, let's change the endpoint to the endpoint that we receive from our parent component. Endpoint is endpoint. Okay, this is not what I want. If we go to upload thing documentation again, I think it was, let's search for upload drop zone. Not this one. Upload drop zone. I think it had a button here, but I don't know what happened to the documentation. I can't find it now, but it was like that. Let me show you. And here we come to upload drop zone, and then what we need to do, we need an endpoint. Endpoint we done. We need content, and our content will be like this. Our content will have a label, which our label will be the value, the name of the file. If value exists, we say drop or click to replace the image. If value doesn't exist, we can just say drop or click to upload an image like this. What else we need to do in here? We just say allowed contents. We need we only allow PNG, JPG, and also JPEG. We can say up to 5 MB. If you go to your upload thing in here also, actually it's 4 MB. So you can change it from here or from here. Let's say 4 MB. Let's remove this thing. And what else we need? We need appearance, and appearance will be an object also. Button, we just need a class to the button to be rounded around the LG, and a container for our uploader rounded. We make that one also rounded X. Let's do that XL, and we also add a border to that. Okay, great. On upload begin, it's a function. For now, let's do an empty function. On upload error, let's do like this. If there is an error, we can just say, let's do a toast from sonar text dot a toast dot error, and we just say uploading image failed. Okay. And the next function will be on client upload complete. When client upload a new file before it upload to server, let's do it like this. We grab the response, and then we generate the URL response dot URL. It should be URL equal like this. And if the URL exists, what we need to do, we just say handle set the URL, and also set show drop zone, we make it false. Set show drop zone, let's make that false. Why we get this error? I think we're getting this error because we should not import it from upload thing React. We should upload it from our where we created that one upload thing, and here we should upload it from here, upload drop zone, this one. So let's go and say from lib and then upload thing like this. Okay, it's content, not content, content like this. And appearance, I think it is A, not E. Appearance like this. Okay, great. Let's come to our post. And then in here, what we need to do, we need to import that image uploader. Image uploader from image uploader, as you can see. And it expects a few props. So let's provide the props. The first one is endpoint. And the endpoint, we can just say image uploader. Doesn't matter. Image uploader. Okay. And the default URL, we get it from, because we use this field for update also, we can get from field dot value. For the unchange, we can just say URL and then field dot unchange and then this URL. Okay, great. I think another field that we need is the content. Let's copy this and come below this image URL and let's add content, and then this also the actual content of our post. But we will change this later to a WYSIWYG option. I think another option that we need is tags. And here we don't need this. And here also we need to say tags. But for tags, we need to install a new library. I'm going to search for React Select. I come here and install this library and get started. And it says npm install. Because I'm using pnpm, I will do pnpm install React Select. Okay, it has been installed. Let's run our server pnpm div and let's go ahead and continue with our tags. But before that, let's import React Select. We can import React Select like this. Import a select from React Select It is like this. So I found this one have a little bit issue, especially even though we mark our component use client. Let's mark it right now. Use client, but let me know if you found how to fix it, because for me, I was getting an error when I want to use the creatable select. That's why I want to import it using Next.JS dynamic. I am doing const creatable select and dynamic. It's from Next dynamic. And in here, what I need to do is import from React Select and then creatable like this. Okay, and I forgot one thing here. So in here, you make sure that you pass SSR false. Okay, and now let's go down to our form field here. Come down here under the form control. Let's do creatable select. This should be a self-closing tag. And let's come down and start configuring it. Is multi, we just say is multi. We have to be able to create multiple tags. This one is clearable. Yes, it should be clearable. We should be able to remove an option. And let's also pass the whole field here. And the next one we will do on create option. What we need to do, input or just say value. Let's create an error function, and then we just say const let's do new option, and we say label is value, and value is also value. Let's convert it to lowercase, and then we need to also do field.unChange. We just need to do the rest of the field.value, and also our new option. Okay, and this is about it. And let's save, and let's go ahead and see in our browser how our form is looking. Actually, we just created the post form, but we are not rendering it in that page. So what we can do now, we can go ahead and inside this app, and then admin, and then posts ID page, and instead of this single post page, let's render our post form. Okay, we need ID, title, and then content. We can copy these ones, and for now let's add them like this. Now if we go and check in the browser, we should see our form nice and beautiful. Okay, now it's time to style it. Let's remove this separator from React Select. Okay, how we can remove it? If you go back to, where was it, post form, come down here and then add another attribute. It says components, and it's an object. So I think it's called indicator separator, like this, which needs a function and then return null. Should remove that one. Yes, as you can see, it has been removed. Okay, perfect. What else we need to do? Let's also add a style, a class name to our form also. Let's make class name which will be of type grid, and then grid column 2, and let's add a gap of 6. So I want to show title, slag, image, and content and tags in this side, and categories and published on the other side. Okay, perfect. Now what else we need to do is let's go ahead and add a little bit style to our page. Come here, and then in here I'm adding a class name. I just say padding 8, type flex, display flex, and then flex column. Okay, let's style it a bit more. We can go to layout. Let's remove this main. I don't think we need this, but let's change it to a div, and let's add a class name. We just say padding of 6. I'm going back to post form, come down until here, and then in here let's add another div which says class name flex column and gap 6. Okay, we want to show that in a card, and the card will have let's add a class also to the card, w full max with SM, and let's add card title, and card title will be, I don't know, let's say extra settings. And what else we need here? I think card title should be wrapped in a card header. Card header like this. And after card header, we need to do card content. Card content. And let's also style this card content a little bit. We just say flex column, and then gap 6, like this. And now let's add a form field. And now let's go down and add a control, which will be form.control. It will have a name. Name will be a category ID. What else we need? We need a render. A render will be a function. Let's straight away destructure the field from here. And let's return form item. Inside form item, form label. And then let's say category. And let's do form control. And inside form control, we just need to do select. We can import a select from UI select, which is from ShadCN. Okay. So we imported select. Let's go first add some attributes to select. What select need? The whole field we pass to select. And on value change, we just say field.onChange. Okay. And the default value, let's add a default value to be the category ID. Select trigger imported from UI select. Okay. And let's add a class name also to this. Class name wfull. And after that, we just need to add select value. Oh, again, I imported from Radix UI select value, import from UI select. Okay, and let's add, this is a self-closing tag. Let's add a placeholder. We just say, oops, a category. Okay. Now, what else we need? We need to do a select content in here. Select content, and I'm not sure, did I import it from Radix UI or yes, again from Radix UI. So let's remove this and import it from here. Select content like this. Okay, so select content and come down here. Let's do categories. So we should be able to select categories. It's an array of strings, and then .map. Categories.map, category, and then what it should return, it should return a select item, imported from UI select, and it should have, let's add a key to this. because it's a map. Key will be category dot id, and let's add value will be a category dot id also, and the label will be category dot name. Oh, perfect. Let's save this. I don't know what is this. I'm removing. So this is about a category. And what else we need? I think we also need to add a publish status, or what can I say? The status to be either published or draft mode. So what I'm going to do, copy this form field because it's very similar to this one, and then come down, paste it here. Let's change the name to be status, and then status, status here also, failed, unchanged, field dot unchanged, and then default value will be status. What else we need to change here? Oh, okay. So instead of categories.map, we just need to two hardcode values here. Just create an array like this, and then I'm just saying either publish or draft. Okay. So, and this one, we will not make it category. We will make it, let's do status. Or, I don't know, let's say item. And then we don't have ID, we don't have name. It's just a single string. Okay, perfect. This is about status. And I think let's change it back to status. Okay. Status. And then change here also. Okay, perfect. What else we need? We need a button. We need a button to submit. So let's do button, and then which will be of type submit. And inside this button, we just say save changes. You can say create post or update post, but I just say save changes. So save changes. And this button will be of type submit. And I don't know where did I import the button? No. Let's import from UI button. And what else? We need to add a class name. I'm just saying max W, max weight shouldn't be more than 40 pixel, more than 40. Like this is about 160 pixel or 10 rem. And also cursor pointer. That's it. Let's also make it to be disabled. If form state is not valid, let's make it disabled. And also React hook form has a submitting option. Let's add that one also. We say if form state is not valid, or form.form state dot is submitting if it is submitting. Okay, great. I think we are all done. Let's create our onSubmit function. So what I'm going to do, I'm come here and create a function const onSubmit is equal, let's create an async function, async, and it will accept values or data, or I don't know, whatever you name. Values, let's name it data. data, which will be of type form values that we created above here, this one, which is of type of form schema. So let's do it like this. And now we will check if the ID of the post exists, then we will use this form to update that post. We will do this later. Let's put a comment to do. Okay. But if the ID doesn't exist, we just say await create post. Create post. And then pass, create post, pass the data to that create post. We don't have this create post function yet. We will create it soon in server actions. And then we also say toast from sonar dot success post created successfully. Okay, great. And once they're all done, let's also create a router here. I'm just saying const router, which will be use router from Next navigation. Make sure you import it from Next navigation. So what we need to do here, we just say router dot refresh, and also once it's done, router dot push. We want it to go back to / posts. Okay, perfect. So now we can use this on submit in this form. Let's come here on submit. We will say form, which is this form from React hook form dot handle submit, and then this handle submit will accept a function on submit. We pass this function. Okay, perfect. Okay, if we see our browser, we can see our form like this. Let's remove this icon and make our form to be full width. Let's do that in VS Code. In the layout, let's add W full here. And also it should make our form full width. And also let's remove this sidebar trigger, which is for this button. We don't need it. And also save this file, and also let's go to components and then UI sidebar, and let's remove that from here also. A sidebar and a sidebar trigger, remove it. And then if we go up, let's remove the okay here. So remove this sidebar trigger also. We don't need this at all. Okay, great. Now if we see our form, it's nice and clean. And let's make the validation to work on blur. When we click on this and then click outside, it should show the error if there is no value. Okay, let me close all the open files and let's go back to components and post form. I'm coming here and cut this message from here, and let's do dot minimum 3 characters, and then a message. Message will be this one. Title is required. Let's do the same for a content. Minimum let's do 3 again, and then message will be a content is required. And let's do the same for slug. minimum 3, and message select is required. And also let's make sure that our form is working on blur inside use form. Come down and add mode on blur. Okay, great. Let's see now. Our button should be disabled. Let's refresh. As you can see, our button is disabled now because we don't have any value. Let's add the field message, form message also. Go down and under the form control, let's add form message. Form message imported from UI form. And let's see now, it says a title is required. If we click on Slack and click outside, Slack is required and content is required. It shows the error message. But if we enter some values, my title, and in here, my title and some content, my content, and now the button should be clickable. Okay, great. We created our categories, but it's empty, and the status, let's change the placeholder to be status, not the category. Come down here. Status should be status. Okay, what else we need to do? Let's go back to our VS Code and come here, because what I want to do here is when someone enter a title, and the Slack should be auto-generated as soon as you create a title, but you can modify it also. So what I want to do, I want to go to lib, and then in utils, let's create a new function, export function, generate a Slack from title, or just generate Slack. It will accept a title as a string, and it will return a string. Okay, so it will return the title to lowercase. First convert the title to lowercase, normalize it using NFD, and then let's do replace. And for replace, I'm just using this regex like this, and let's also do another replace, and we will need to do 3 more replaces. And what they are doing, let's start from the first one. And this one, what this is doing is removing the accents, and the other one, what this is doing, this will replace and with and. Like for example, if you have and, it will replace it with and, like this. And another one, this replace all non-alphanumeric with hyphens. Let's say you have I don't know, this or dollar sign or hash or this one. It will replace it with a hyphen like this. So if you have like my title, this is an empty space, it will replace this empty space with something like this. Convert it to my title like this. Okay. And then this one will trim starting and ending hyphens. And another one, this one will collapse multiple hyphens. Let's go in here now in our post form and come down in title. Let's do on blur. On blur is equal, it accepts an E, and then let's do a field dot on blur, field dot on blur, and also let's check value of the slug doesn't exist. We need to do form dot set value, setting the value of slug, and then let's do generate generate slug, import it from lib utils, and it will expect an e.target dot value, which will be the title value. What else we need to do here? We need should validate. We should make it true, and also should dirty. Let's make this one also to true. Okay, perfect. Now, if we check in our browser, as soon as I enter a title, I'm just saying my first title, and as soon as I click outside, it generates the slug like this. So the slug is auto-generated, but you can change this to whatever you want. Okay, perfect. So now that we have created this, let's go ahead and work on categories also. If we go to categories for now, there's nothing. It redirects us back to posts, but let's fix it and create a category page. Okay, let's close everything and all the open files, admin, and then let's create a new folder under admin. We name it categories, and inside categories, let's create a new file, page.tsx, and let's straight away do export default async function, and we do categories page, categories page, and let's do return. And what we need to return for now, let's just say a div and categories. And let's fix our nav bar, our sidebar. If we go here, app sidebar, and let's go categories, and URL should be categories / categories. So now if we click on categories, it should take us to a categories page. Okay, as you can see, we are now in categories page. Okay, let's continue working on categories page. What we need to do, I can directly create like all the categories here, but I just want to keep all my client-side stuff in a separate file, which I will make use client. So let's do that here. Let's create our data table first. We don't have our data table yet, and if we go to ShadCN UI, click on components, and then come down to a data table. Okay, as you can see, this is how our data table looks like. Let's copy this one, copy this, and go back to our VS Code. Inside components, create a new file, data table.tsx, and paste this one. And let's rename it to, actually it's already data table. I use React table, and let's save this. I think I didn't install it, but let's do it again in case if I'm missing the installation. I want to do it again with pnpm, shut down the server. And now in here, what I am going to do, I can write my client-side stuff here, but I don't want to do that. I just want to do it in a separate folder here. I will just name it clients and do like column definitions and extra things. And then here just import data table from components data table, but it will expect some props. For example, it will expect columns. For now, we send an empty array, and also data, which also will send an empty array for now. Okay, perfect. What we are going to do now, let's create that client folder, a client, and inside this client, let's create a categories client.tsx, and also let's create a columns.tsx. What we need for columns, if we go back to ShadCN UI, this is let's see, cell formatting. This is columns. We can copy this one and then modify it according to what we need. Let's do that. And then if we come here in columns, let's paste, and let's make sure we mark this. Oops, we mark this to be use a client. We don't have this payment, but we have category. And instead of this payment, we will have category, and we can import category from Prisma client, like this lib generated Prisma and then client. Okay. So what we need for in here, we need, if I check the ShadCN documentation again, row action, let's see if I can find the proper example. I think if we go up at the beginning, where was it? At the very beginning in here, look at this table, we can see and find that this is the columns. Let's copy this select option also. So we should be able to select like this. This is the select option. Okay, so let's copy the select option and then paste this in our columns here. Come here and put it here. We need category name, so category name. And for the header, let's destructure the column, and we're removing this one. And what I want to do here, I just want to do a return a button, and in this button, it should be from components UI button, and let's do like this. We will use this button for sorting. So variant, I just say variant to be a ghost, and on click, it's a function, arrow function. We use column and then dot toggle sorting, and what we need to sort, how we need to sort column dot get is sorted, equal ascending. Okay, And what we need to do now is let's come down here below the name and just add arrow arrow up down. We can import it from Lucid React. Okay, perfect. For the sill, we don't need this much stuff. I think what I only need, let's remove these things. And I just want to do a div. And then in this div, let's add a class name. Class name to be lowercase. We just change the category name to be lowercase. And then here we just say row dot get value of the name or category name. And not like this, it's not a variable. Like this, it can find the name. Okay, perfect. And now let's also create another option. Come down here and do, let's add ID. This is just for actions. For example, if we want to delete or edit a category, enable hiding to be false. And also let's do sill. Let's do sill, and it will be a function, and then let's destructure the row, and it will return it's an arrow function, and it will let's do const. We can do user ID. Let's destructure user ID, create it, add, and the rest of actually updated add, and the rest of the data from row dot original, and this is lowercase row, like this, from row dot original. So what we are doing here, we are extracting these things from row dot original, and we only need the name property, and I think that's it. We only need the name property. And now let's return sill action. We will create this component soon, and for now it's empty. Okay, save this for now. Why? Okay, anyway, let's create the sill action first. Let's go and do the sill action. Sill actions.tsx, and we can find it in here also. If we come down, it should have an actions option here. So we can grab this code. Let's grab this much up to return, and then come here. And what we need to do here, we can just say export default function sill actions, and let's do return here, and we will return a fragment first, and inside this we do div class name flex justify end, and also gap 6. Okay, what else we need? Another div. We add a class name, a cursor, a pointer, and also let's add a title to this. Title, let's say copy category ID, like this. And let's add on click, and for now let's just do an empty function. We can come back here later. And inside this, let's import the copy icon from Lucid React. And this is it. And another div, let's also create copy this one. Let's come down, cursor pointer, and instead of copy category ID, we just say edit. And for the function is still an empty function, come down and here, but let's change the copy to edit from Lucid React, and this one is this one should be delete, and the delete icon, we just say trash icon from Lucid React. Okay, great. What else we need to do when we click on any of these buttons? We need to for the copy, that's okay, we can show a toast, but for edit and trash, we need to open a pop-up or modal, and then they can edit or delete a category from there. So what I need to do, I'm coming down here, and I just need to import dialog from UI, from components UI dialog. And this dialog, let's come down, dialog content, and let's also add some classes to dialog content. Class name, we need area description, because it's required by ShadCN. Area description, area described and area description, both of them. Area described, we just say category, and area description, we just say I don't know what to say, delete a category, like this. Okay, so we come here now, and now let's do dialog header, dialog header, like this. And dialog header, let's add a class name to have a gap 6, and the dialog header will say, the first one will say delete category. This is the delete category model. And also dialog description, let's do, it will say, let's add a class name first, a class name flex, and then flex column, and let's do a span tag inside this span, and add a class to this span, a class name, and let's do text MD. And what it says, are you sure you want to delete this category? And we just provide the category name like this, even though we don't have it yet, but we will get it from props. And then another span, we just say this action cannot be undone. I think dialog header should close here, and I forgot this one should be dialog title. Okay, and now under dialog header, let's come down and add a button, and let's add a variant will be destructive because this is for delete, so we will show a red button. And let's also add on click. For now, let's do an empty function, and let's also add a class name. Class name, max weight, I will just do 40, and self end, and also cursor a pointer. Let's also make this disabled when it's disabled when it is loading. We will add this loading state soon. And I think that's it. So let's add delete here. Delete. Okay, let's go ahead and bring this name and is loading from props. So what can I do? I come here and destructure this from I need category ID and name. We need ID for to update, and then the name. For now, let's just do any. We will remove this any soon. And what else we need to do? Let's create a few states here. We will say const is loading, and then set is loading. We will use state from React, and by default it will be false. Okay, it's const, and what else we need? Let's do const is open to make the modal open and close, and set is open to be again use state from React. By default it will be false. And what else we need? Let's also import a router, because we may need router. Create a router, use router, import it from Next navigation. Okay, and let's create our method now. I'm just creating by the copy method on copy. I just say it's an arrow function, and I'm just using navigator dot clipboard dot write text. And what we need to write the ID, and that we can get from here from props. And once it's done, we just need to show a toast, import from Sonar, toast.success. We just say a category, and then let's use this template literal category, and then we can provide category name here. Category name copied to clipboard. Okay, and now let's do the delete one also. Const on remove category, and then let's make this an async function. Okay, let's add a try catch block. Try catch. For the catch, we will just say error, and if there is error, let's throw new error, and then in the new error we will just say something went wrong. And we will also display the actual error dot message. Okay, let's add a type to error. It can be any. Okay, And what else we need? We also need a finally block. In this finally block, let's do router dot refresh, and also let's do a toast toast dot success, and then we say category, and then the category name deleted successfully. Okay. And let's also do, what else we need to do? In the try, it's still empty. Let's just do set is loading to be true here. And we will create a method soon to delete. And in here, let's do set is loading back to false. We also need to make the modal close. Set is open, and then make it false. Okay, perfect. And now let's use these methods. And instead of this empty function, we do on copy. But let's remove this one. And in here, we haven't done the edit, but in the delete option, we just say on remove category. Okay, perfect. I think for the edit option, because we will be using the state in another pages also, so I'm going to install another library, or we can create a custom hook. But I think it's I will just show you how useful is another library called Zustand, which is similar to Redux, but it's much easier and very powerful. So let's do that. If you go to Chrome and then search for Zustand, Next.JS, it's here. And just to install it like this. Let's do that now. pnpm add Zustand. And while it's installing, let's go to our VS Code. I think we already have a hooks folder here. And let's create another file in here. We just say use category, use categories.ts. Okay. And in use categories, what we need to do, we just need to import create from Zustand, and let's use it. Let's also export interface, and then we just say a category props. A category, we need a name of type string. We also need an ID of the category, which is also of type string. Okay. And now we will say interface. We don't need to import this one. Export this one. Category model props. And then this will have for the category, it will be of type category props, which we defined in here. Category props, or it can be undefined. Okay, and then set category, which is a function. It will accept a category which is also of type category props, or undefined. But I think we just say category props, and it doesn't return anything, so it's void. And open is a boolean, and the set open. which is also a function. It will receive open as a boolean and return nothing. So it's void. Now let's create our hook. Export const use a category. And did I name categories or category? I think categories. Let's do that. And then it will be, we can use this create function from Zustand. And what it expects, it needs a category model props, and this one will have a set method. So let's do it like this, and it will return like open the state here. We will start from open, is by default open is false, and set open, we receive open as a boolean, and then what we need to do, we use set open equal open, because this open state will be equal this open that we receive. But because they are the same, open and open have the same name, we can remove like this. And a category by default will be undefined, and set category, which is a function, a category is of type a category props, and now let's set category will be a category. The category prop will be equal to this category, and since they are also the same name, they have the same name, we just say category. Okay, perfect. And now if we go here, actually in here, what we need to do, we come here and let's change this any to category props. Category props from hooks use the categories. Okay, this is done. And also let's use that hook that we created. Const, we created a set category, use categories, and what we need from that hook, we need a set category and also set open. Okay, so when we need set open, when we click on in this one, click on edit. So we need actually that function, because we need to pass two state updates in this function. So we just say set open to true and set category to be ID will be ID and name will be name, like this. I think that's it. So this is the on delete button. What we did here. Oh, I think I forgot this one. So this one should be here on delete. This should be here. And this one should only open the model. Like, let's create a state here. I'm just saying, oh, what is this? ID open. It's not ID open, is open. Okay, come here, const, and then I just say is delete model open, and then set is delete model open. use state. By default, it's false. And let's come down here to our dialog. In our dialog, we just need to say open is equal to is delete modal open, and on open change, we just say set is delete modal open. Okay, perfect. Here what we need to do, we just need to say set is delete modal open to true. Let's make this trash also add a class and make it red. So text red 500. I think 500 should be good. Okay, I think that's it. So we don't need anything else for this. We are missing set is open. So I think we created set is delete modal, and then we can change this one here. And now we don't need this. Okay, great. Let's mark this as use client. Use client. And let's go to columns. And in columns, in the cell action in here, let's also add a name, because it will expect a name from which will be data dot name this data, and also ID will be data dot ID. Why we don't have cell actions? Yes, so it's cell actions. Okay, great. Okay, let's continue with our categories and the categories client. Let's go to categories client. I just do export a function, export default function, and then let's name a categories client. Client, and return. Let's return a div, and let's style it a little bit. Class name, we just add padding 8, and it's flex column. And what else we need? I think we just need to return our data table here. Data table from components data table. So it needs a data attribute, and the data for now, let's return an empty array, and also columns. For columns, we already created columns here, so let's return columns. We can import it from columns. Columns is columns. Okay, great. What else we need? And now we need to import this categories client in our page. Instead of this data table, we just need categories client like this. Okay, perfect. So what else we need? Later on, we will create a function here to retrieve all categories from a database. Actually, let's do that now. What I want to do is under the app, let's create a new folder, name it actions. And then on the actions, I will create a new file, categories categories.ts, market use server, and then we just need to create a function to retrieve categories from our database. Export const get categories, which is an async function. Let's put it in a try catch block. Error, and then for the error, for now, let's just do a console.error is error. In here, let's do const response equal await Prisma DB that we created in our lib folder in here DB. I can say await Prisma, which is from lib, and then DB. You can import it like this: Prisma dot category dot find many, and then find many. And once we get data, we want to return it. And then here we need to pass order by. We need to order by created at, and it's a descending order. Okay. So, but we need to check authentication also here. So what I'm going to do for the authentication, I'm going to modify the way that we created authentication auth utils here. I'm coming here and do export const auth session, and for this auth session, I think it's enough to get only a name and ID of the user. But for now, let's keep it like this. So what I want to do here, I just want to put this one also in a try catch. Try do this, and then catch error, and then if there is any error, we just throw new error, and we're saying unauthorized no valid session found, something like that. Okay. For this error, let's do console.error. Console.error. We do error also here. And we come here also, and we say if not session. If session is not there, if there is no session or there's no valid session, what we need to do, we can just say true new error, and then we just say unauthorized, and we need to say no valid session found. But for this one, I think for this one we can change the message to be authentication failed, something like this. Okay, now we have a robust error handling here. And now what we can do, we can go to categories action. We come back to this action, and in the try catch, before we want to retrieve our categories from our database, we need to check the session. const session is equal await auth session from lib auth utils. Okay, and now we are checking if, let's come down a little bit, if not session, if there is no session, we just need to throw new error, and we are just saying unauthorized, and we just say user ID not found. Okay, now in here, let's just return the response like this. Okay, we are grabbing categories and we are returning it. And now in our page, we can just use that function. So we can just say const data equal get categories from app actions categories. It's an async function, so let's do await. Okay, so now what we need to do, we can go back to our categories client. Let's make this one. Let's receive some props from the parent. We need categories. And it will be categories will be of type category. You can import it from generated Prisma client, that it's an array of a category. Okay, now let's create our form schema. A const form schema equal z dot. It's imported from the Zod, but let's do it like this. Z dot object, and this object we only need a name when we are creating a category. So we just say z dot string, and let's do dot minimum should be 3 characters, and for the message we say that name is required. Okay, let's also create our type. You can use interface also, but I just say type and z dot infer type of a form schema like this. Let's also create our React hook form. Const form equal use form from React hook form, and for the resolver, let's use Zod resolver from hook form resolver Zod, and it accepts form schema. And for the default values, let's do, I think we only need name. So name, and by default, it's an empty string. Okay, let's also do mode on blur. You remember in cell actions, we used this use category that we created a hook for that in here, use categories. Let's use that in here also. So apart from this, we also need to open the category model and create category through our model. So I can just type const open set open, and from use categories, we also need the set category. I think that's it. Let's create a router instance also. Const router use router imported from Next navigation. And now let's go down and create our dialog. Let's wrap all of them in a fragment. And now in here, let's create our dialog. And let me check where it has been imported. And not Radix UI. Add components, and then UI, and then dialog. Okay. Our dialog like this, and let's set open to be open, that we get from use categories model, use categories hook, and on open change, let's do set open. Okay. The other thing that we need inside our dialog, let's just do our form. When we create a category, import it from components UI form, and let's split the form here, React hook form, and let's create a normal form also here. And after that, we need to do dialog content from components UI dialog, and we need to add a class name to this. So I'm just saying sm max weight. I think it is 425 we created for the other one, 425 pixel. After that, we need dialog header, and the dialog header will have dialog title, and the dialog title, let's say edit category. Okay. Let's come down to dialog header, and in here we just create our form field, form field from components UI form, and let's come down. We will have a control will be type form dot control. We will need a name, which will be name, just category name, and then render. Let's destructure the field. It will return the form item from components UI, form label, and then form label just say name or category name. I think name is okay. Form label imported from components UI form. Okay, and then form control, and then inside form control, let's just do an input, split the field in this input. Name is name, like this. And after this form field, let's add a button to submit button. We just need to add type submit. Let's add a class name also, a cursor pointer, and let's say the label to be save changes. Save changes. Okay, perfect. So now if we see your browser, oh, I'm getting error. Okay, so we accept props in the child component. We need to pass it from parent components, from parent component. So categories client in pages, you can come here and then just say categories equal data, like this. I think I spelled categories wrong here. So it should be categories like this. Okay, we also need to pass these categories to data table categories. Okay, so now let's create a function here when we want to submit our form to create a new category. I just say const on submit is an async function which receive data which will be of type form values. And let's put try catch. In the catch for now, let's do a toast dot error, and then we just say error dot message, or if it doesn't exist, we just say something went wrong, something like this. And now let's work on the try block. If category ID exists, we need to update. Let's add a to do here. Otherwise, else if category doesn't exist, we just need to create a new category. Await and then create category. We don't have this function yet. We are going to create it now. Okay, so let's go to categories action. And this was for getting categories. We create another function, export const create category. And then this create category will be an async function, which will receive a name as a string. And now let's add a try catch block, try, and then catch error. For the error for now, we just need to do console dot error, which will be error. And then the try block, we can copy this one, this stay the same in here. And what else we need to do after that, we just say a const response equal await Prisma dot category dot create. And then what we need to create, we just need to pass data, and the name, data will need a name. Okay, and also we need user ID, which will be session dot user dot ID. Okay, perfect. Once it's done, we just need to return a response to the client. And now we can go ahead and use this function. Create category, import it from app actions categories. And it needs a name. So what we need to do, we can just say data.name. Okay, for this category, let's grab it from this hook. We just say a category, and then if that category exists and it has an ID, we just do the update. Otherwise, we just do the create operation. And after we created the category, we need to add a toast message. Toast.success. We just say new category created successfully. Okay. And after that, we just need to do router.refresh and form.reset. Okay. I think we also need to close our model and set our category back to empty. Set category, and then ID is empty, name is empty. And also close our model, set open to be false. Great. And now we can use this on submit in this form. on submit. We can use React hook form.handle submit, and then this will accept on the submit function. Great. Now let's check on our browser. If we go here, I think we need to make our component use a client. Okay, as you can see, the error gone away, but we don't have any categories. Let's add a button here that says create new category. Let's add a class name flex column, and also padding 8. Let's add another div and add a class to that, flex and w full, and justify between. Okay, in here I'm adding a breadcrumb imported from the components UI breadcrumb, and then breadcrumb list, and after that you just need to create breadcrumb item, and inside breadcrumb item we can provide breadcrumb link like this, and breadcrumb link will need an href. The href will be slash, the first option will go to dashboard, and then we just say dashboard, and then we will add a separator here. We add another breadcrumb item and another breadcrumb link. Actually, we don't need another breadcrumb link because we are already in categories page, and we just need to breadcrumb page, page like this. Let's make lowercase categories. And after this breadcrumb, let's add a button, and then let's add a class name to that, cursor pointer, and let's add create new category. Now let's add an onClick to this. OnClick is a function, and it will just make the modal open. Set open, make it true. Let's go ahead and actually test it. We come here, we have this button, but the data table, this thing should be above this one. So to move this one above that one, what we can do, we can bring this data table below. Come down here and put it here. Okay, perfect. Now let's click on create new category. We have this model, let's say a TypeScript. Click on save changes, and if it's saved to our database, it should refresh our page. I don't know why it's not working. Let's add an ID to our form, and here I'm adding ID equal a category form, and let's attach that ID to our form button. So I just say form is a category form. This should work, but even without this it should work. I'm not sure why it's not working. And now let's try again, save changes. Now it's working. I'm going to remove this save changes and add a form state that is submitting. If it is submitting, then we need to show spinner from components spinner. Let's add a class name to this, and size will be, let's do 6. Otherwise, if it is not submitting, let's render this text, save changes. And also, let's make this button disabled when it is submitting or if the form is not valid. Disabled, and we make it if form is not valid, form dot form state dot is valid. So if it is not valid, or if form dot form state dot is submitting. In these two states, we make sure that the button is disabled. So for the toaster to work, let's go add that to our root layout. I'm coming here in the main root layout, and here I'm just saying toaster, and you can import it from components, UI, Sonar. Okay. We need to position this to position. We add the position to be bottom right. It will display always on the bottom right here. And let's see, this time we create another category, JavaScript. And if I click on Save Changes, we had a nice loading animation and new category created. But let's also add the rich colors. If you go to ShadCN UI and come to Sonar, and Sonar, click on docs, and if you come down, it says if you need colors, you need to add these rich colors, like this colorful. This is the success, and then this is the error, info, and warning. So we just need to pass rich colors. And now if we go ahead and create a new category, let's do Next.JS, and save changes. We can see that beautiful color here. Now we have three categories that we can update, we can delete, and we can copy the ID to clipboard. Okay, so we cannot see the update category is not working properly. Let's go ahead and fix that. In categories client, I'm going to add a use effect from React, and let's do when this modal changes, or the category in the modal change, we should update. If category exists, we just say if category exists, and we just need to do form dot set value, and then change the name to be a category dot name, the one that we are getting from our model, this category. And every time when this use effect should run, every time that this category is changing. So if you click on JavaScript, you can see JavaScript is selected. If you click on TypeScript, TypeScript is selected. Okay, perfect. Okay, let's create a new category. Let's name it React.js, and let's save changes, and new category created. This is React.js. Let's add another one, web development or web dev. Save it. It's here. Let's update the web dev. We just say web development, and click on save changes. We haven't created the update functionality yet. We have to do it later, and the delete also. Okay, behind the scenes, I added these things in columns. I removed previously it was like this, and here was instead of row.original.id and row.original.name, it was data.name and data.id. I just removed them and straight away passed row.original.name and id. Okay, what we should do now is let's go to categories client again. And in here, let's work on updating categories. I'm going to the actions categories, and let's create a new function. We will name it export const update category, and then it will be an async function. We need an ID, category ID, and we need a category name. Let's try catch. For now, we just need to do console.error, and then we do error. And in the try block, let's check if the user is already logged in or not to create and update categories. Okay, if they are logged in, then we can do, let's do const response equal await prisma.category.update, and we update it like we will say where id equal this id that we get from here. I think instead of passing like this, let's do it like this. I just say category, and then it will be of type category props that we can import from hooks. Okay, because that one also has a name and ID. As you can see, we have a name and ID here. Okay, now we come here, and the ID will be category dot ID. And what else we need? Let's do data. What we need to update, we just need to update the name to be category dot name, like this. And after it has been successful, we will return this to user, return response. And now let's add actually a true to in our errors. In here, if when we do a console log, we just need to throw new error also. We just say something went wrong. And let's copy this and paste in other catch blocks also. That one and this one. Okay, great. And this is about updating a category. Let's create another function for deleting a category. Remove category, async function, and then to remove a category, we just need the category ID, which will be a string. And in here also, let's do try catch. Try catch. In the catch, we do console.error error, and also throw new error. Let's do something went wrong. And then try. Let's again do check if user is logged in or not. And if a user is logged in, what we can do, we can just say const response equal await prisma dot category dot delete. And then what we need to delete, where ID is this ID. It's inside brackets like this, and then just return response. And that's it for removing a category. We can go back to categories client. Let's remove this to-do option. We can do await. If category ID exists, we can do await update category. You can import from app actions and then categories. And it needs two parameters: ID, which is a category.id, and name, which is a category.name, like this. Okay, amazing. Let's add a toast also. Toast.success. If it is successful, we just say category updated successfully. Okay. Let's add the delete option also. I think it is if we see cell actions in here on remove. So we did set is loading true. Let's add await and then remove category. And we just need to pass category ID that we are getting from as a prop here. And after that, let's add a toast.success. We just say a category deleted successfully. Okay, I think we are all done with categories. Let's come here and let's create a new category. New category. Save. New category created successfully. And it's new category. Let's update it. It didn't update. I think something is wrong in here. Yes, it shouldn't be category dot ID and category dot name. Category dot ID is correct, but the name should be data dot name. We should use this data. Okay, now let's try. I'm going ahead to update the new category. Let's do new category updated. Save changes. And now new category updated. Category updated successfully. Let's delete this category. Category has been deleted. Okay. Let's add a loading spinner to our delete option also. I will go here and are you sure? In here, we just say if it is loading, or are we using a form here? No. If it is loading, then we just show that spinner from components UI spinner. Let's add a class name size 6. Otherwise, we just say delete like this. Okay, let's delete this web and click on delete. It has been deleted, but why I can see double toast? Because I did write toast.success one time here and one time here, so I should remove one of them. And now if we delete, for example, the web div, it should only show one single toast. Delete and category web div deleted successfully. Okay, great. Now let's our category is finished. Let's go and start working with posts. A posts page. Let's also add the breadcrumb to our posts page. Okay, let me close all these files and this open. And what we can do, go to app and then admin. Let's go to posts. Directly we can add the breadcrumb here. So what can I do? I'm going to categories and then a client, a categories client, and let's see where we added the breadcrumb in here. So what we can do, let's copy exactly these things and we will paste in here. Let me create a fragment, and then in that fragment I'm pasting this, and then instead of that data table we just need to put this one, this data table for now, and breadcrumb should be imported from components UI. For this set open, let's for now just return an empty function. Why we have button like this? Oh, I think it should be from components and then UI and then button. Okay, great. Now, instead of creating new category, we say create new post. Okay, now actually we don't need a button here because this is a server component. We will not change this one to a client component. So let's go ahead and change this button to a breadcrumb link. What I'm going to do, copy this text and remove the button. And then here, because we don't need, when we are on the create post page, we should not have a button to create another one again. So what we can do in here, it says categories. Let's change that to posts, and should I do small letters? Posts. And then instead of breadcrumb page, we will change this to breadcrumb link. Breadcrumb link like this. And let's add href. It should go to /posts. And let's add a breadcrumb separator again. Breadcrumb separator. And this time, if we add breadcrumb item, and inside this, we need to add the page, breadcrumb page. And in the breadcrumb page, we will check FID equal new. FID equal new, then we will say new post, new or just new. And if ID is not new or it's a dynamic ID that we need to update the post, we will just say post.title. So where we get these things, we get this from here. Let's remove this button, or if we save it should remove. I don't mean this ID, because we have dynamic routes. This ID here, we can turn this function to a async function, and then in params, we just come say params, and params should be a promise, and this params and this promise will have an ID in it, ID which is ID, which is of type string. This ID should match this ID. If you name this ID, this one also should be ID. If you name this title, this one also should be title. These two should match exactly. And now here we come down and say, because it's a promise, we just say const ID. We destructure it from await params like this. Let's save it. And post.title, we still don't have it, but we will get it soon. In actions, let's go ahead and create another file for posts.ts, similar like categories. Export const get unique post. It's an async function, and it has a parameter ID, which will be of type string. And now let's do our try catch block. Try catch error, and for the error we just say console.error and error. We also throw new error, something went wrong. Now let's move into our try and let's check our categories. We need exactly the same thing like this one. If a user is not logged in, we don't allow them to update a post. So let's bring that auth session. It should import from libauth utils. If a user is logged in, what we can say, we can do const response equal await Prisma dot post dot find unique, and then we say where ID is ID equal this ID. We can do like this, but because these two are the same, the two names are the same, we can just say ID like this. And we need to return this post. Return response. Okay, perfect. Now what we can do, we go back to our page, and then here we just say const post equal await get unique post, and let's pass the ID like this. We grab the ID from URL. If I show you here, and this will be our ID. For now we have new, but you may have a dynamic ID, something like this. The new, this is not a link, this is just a page, but if we click on posts, it's coming to posts page. And let's actually add that breadcrumb to our posts page also. Okay, if I come here, I will copy this breadcrumb from this single post, and I'm going in this posts page. And here I will just do a fragment and paste it here. But this time we don't need this link because we are already in the posts page. So I'm removing this item, and in the post page we just say posts like this. If we go and check, it's like this. Let's add a button here to add a new post. Let's do that. Under breadcrumb, let's add a link. We can bring that from next link, and it will have an href. Let's say posts, because it should go to posts, and then the dynamic ID here, this page. But when we are creating a new post, we don't have a dynamic ID. We just say new like this. And then inside this link, let's add a button from UI components UI button. And in this button, let's add a class name, cursor pointer. And let's add create new post like this. Okay, if we check now, we have a create new post and our breadcrumb here. If we click on create new post, it should take us to the form to create a new post. Still, we don't have categories here. The status is working. Let's go ahead and bring categories. Okay, we are going back in this to this page. Get unique post. Why it says post is possibly null. It shouldn't be null. Let's say as I'm just going to the actions and then here I just say as post and you can import it from lib generated Prisma client like this. Now the error should go away. Okay. And there is another way you can put this bang operator to make sure that this one exists. Okay, perfect. What else we can do? We need to grab categories also. So I'm coming here and say const categories, and then await get categories like this. And now in our post form, we need to pass categories like this, categories. And if we check it now, we should have access to categories. Let's wait for this to compile. And now it's rendering. Now we have all our categories. Okay, let's now work on our content. You can create a WYSIWYG editor by yourself, but I found this one to be really useful. Awesome ShadCN UI.vercel. If you go to this website and then search for TipTap, there's ShadCN TipTap. There is another one, minimal TipTap, and then echo editor, but I choose this one. Okay. If you on GitHub, this is the GitHub repo. I'm going here. This is a nice and beautiful editor. We can go to documentation here and let's go to installation. We can do like, we can install it like this. PNPM. Let's shut down the server. Add TipTap React, TipTap Core, and TipTap PM. Enter. Let's go back to documentation. Okay, and now let's add this toolbar provider component. You can use ShadCN CLI like this, or you can manually copy paste this code in your components. I'm going to do it manually. In components, let's actually close all these open files and let's go to components. In components, let's create a new folder, call it toolbars, and then inside that create a new file, toolbar provider .tsx and paste the code that you just copied. It should be use client, and then we are not going to touch most of this. Let's go back to documentation, and also let's add this CSS to our global.css. So go ahead, and it should be in app and then global.css. We come down, and then here we just paste this for nice and beautiful styling. Let's go back to documentation. I think that's it. And now let's go ahead and start with the starter kit. We come here with the starter kit. In installation, we can use next ShadCN CLI or manual. Let's use the ShadCN CLI. Do pnpm, and let's go back to our terminal. Paste it here. Press enter. And now, after starter kit, what else we need to do? Hi, this is Atik again from the future. I don't know what happened when I was configuring this ShadCN TipTap or this WYSIWYG editor. I don't know what happened to my screen recorder. It was not recording properly, but it's not that much work. What I did, we installed this ShadCN TipTap together. We also installed the starter kit together. And once you run this ShadCN CLI command to install the starter kit, what it does, it is adding these toolbar options into your toolbars folder. Let me show you in VS Code. This is toolbars folder, and then it adds block code, bold, bullet list, and code block, and the rest of them. I also added this image placeholder toolbar option, so you can add an image also to your content, which is in VS Code, this one. Another thing that I did, once you install these toolbar options, you will have a type of button props here. Remove that one and add something like this, because that one doesn't exist in your button from ShadCN UI. And also make sure to make your button type button, because by default they are inside a form, and by default the type is submit. And the issue is that every time you want to submit or create a new post, every time you create on any of these icons, it will trigger the submit button of your post form. Okay, and another thing that I added is this one. This one we already created the rich text editor together, but I only added the content and unchange, which we received them from a post form. Like content is field.value and unchange is field dot and unchange from this field, which we can get from form, which is using React hook form. And in rich text editor, we add content like this. We also add enable editable to be true, and on update, we grab the HTML content from editor.getHTML and pass it to our onChange function. Let's also fix the typo here. It's editor like this, and our editor is looking good. So let's add some content. You can make your content bold, italic, strike through, whatever you want. You can also create unordered list and also ordered list like this. You can also create code blocks. Const get data equal async function, and then mark this to look like as a code block or as a inline code block like this. You can also add images, click on image icon, and now in here you can either upload an image or embed an image using the image URL. Let's upload an image. And now we have our image. You can resize the image like this, or you can remove the image from here to delete the image. You can also undo and redo like this. And that's all what I did when our screen recorder was not working properly. Let's go ahead now and continue building the rest of our application together. Now, let's go ahead and create our actions to create a new post. I'm going to close everything, close and close here also. And then inside app, I'm going actions and then posts. In posts, let's create a new method, say export accounts, create post. It will be an async function, and it will receive data. Okay, data will be from, if you go to admin and then posts ID. Sorry, actually not here. It should be in components. If you go to components and then post form, we created form values, and this one, I think let's name it to post form values like this. We're already exporting it, and we can use it in our action also. Data will be of type post form values like this. Create a try catch. For the catch, console.error, just console log the error and throw new error. We just say something went wrong. And for the try, we only allowed logged in users to be able to create a post. So copy and paste exactly the same logic. And now come down and then here create a new post. Const response equal await Prisma dot post dot create. We are creating a new post, so we just say data. Data will be data that we get from as a parameter. Split the data. And what else we need? We need I think we only need user ID. User ID we will get from session dot user dot ID like this. Okay, and now let's return response. Okay, it's complaining about our data format. Let's do in here, we can destructure. We can say const categories, because we don't need to pass categories. Tags, we will format tags. ID, we don't need the ID of the post. And then the rest from, we will change this data to be params like this. And we will get this from params like this. And now what we can do, we can just say const data which we can spread this rest and only change the tags, because currently tags has a label and value, but we just need its values, an array of strings. So we can say tags dot map and tag, and we can say tag dot value like this. Okay, now the data we can pass like this. And also we need to change the status, the rest of the data. And in the status, as you remember, in our Prisma schema, when we were defining our posts, we said we created a post status to be an enum. So now this one also should be a type of enum. We can say data dot status as a post status, like this, as post status like this, and should be all good to go now. And then we just return the response. I think that's looking pretty good. And now let's go ahead in our post form. And in our post form, let's do this to be like if we have the ID, we will update, but if we don't have the ID, we will create a new post. So we just say else await create a post, import it from app actions, and then a post. And we have to pass the data, which is this data. And after it has been created, our post has been created, let's do a toast message. Toast.success. We say post created successfully, like this. So this was our function. We don't need that anymore. We still have this to-do option for when we want to update our post. Let's go ahead and add this update post also. We come back to our action, export const update a post like this, and a sync function, and it will also get params from post form values like this. And what we need to do, it is exactly like very similar to the create option. Let's copy the whole try catch and edit it here. We only allow logged in users to update our post, and the rest should stay the same. Only we need to change the method to update, and then we also need to change this one. We say where. In the previous one, we didn't need this ID, but in here we need the ID. So we say where ID is equal this ID. You can say ID, but because both of them have the same name, we just say where ID. And then the next one is data. And for data, we split the rest of the data like we did in our create operation. And here we split our data and just change and just add user ID to be session.user.id, and also status to be data.status as post status, like this. And at the end, we are returning the response. Okay, great. And now in here, we remove this to do, and if the ID exists, we just say await update post like this, and then pass the data, and after it has been updated, we just say toast.success post updated successfully, like this. I think we are all good with our form. Let's check again what we are missing. Save changes. Let's add a loading state here also. We just say if form dot form state dot is submitting. If it is submitting, then add this spinner, which we can import from UI spinner. And let's add a class name and size 6. Otherwise, we just want to see this text save changes. Perfect. Let's go and see in the browser. Okay, we are getting an error. I think I know what's the error. If we go to our server actions, and let's mark this server action to be use server. Go at the top and say use server. Okay, perfect. And now also let's go to our admin posts ID and then page. In here, currently we are passing everything empty. So in our editor, when we want to edit a post by its ID, it's not going to work. So what we can do, we can copy this form and say in here, if post.id not equal new, then we will do this one. Otherwise, we do this one. Let's remove this one. And now, if post.id is not equal new, it means we already editing a post. So let's pass the ID of that post, post.id, a post.title, post.content, image URL, post.image URL, category ID. Because we are storing tags in our database as an array of strings, let's pass it like this. A tags, a post.tags.map, and let's get tag and convert it to an object which will have a label, and the label is tag, and also value, which is also tag, like this. Okay, perfect. We need also status, post dot status categories is correct, and for the slag we say post dot slag, like this. For these ones that are complaining, let's make sure that they exist by adding a bang operator at the end. And for this one, let's spell label properly to be label, like this. And now it should work as expected. Let's change this a little bit. We can just say if post exists, then go to this post form that we can edit. Otherwise, if it doesn't exist, we can go to an empty form. Let's check it and create a new post. And now let's create a new post. Next.js 16 is coming. The Slack should be created automatically. And let's upload a file. Click on upload one file to upload it to upload thing. And once it's uploaded, it should show a preview here. Okay, we are getting this error because upload thing will send us this URL, and we should add this domain to our next config. If you go here in next image, which is the Next.js version 16, they say that you can add it like this. Image is an object, and it will have a remote patterns as an array of objects, and you have to specify protocol, hostname, port, and path name. I think the most important options here is the hostname. We don't need everything, but the hostname we have to pass it. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's copy this utfs.io and go to our next config. Come here and do images, an object, and then remote patterns, an array of objects. Hostname is this one. And let's add the protocol also to be HTTPS. A protocol to be HTTPS like this. I think that's all we need to do. Let's go ahead and restart our server. Let's also update our database configuration. If you come here in libs, we created this DB and also this auth.ts. In auth.ts, we are creating a Prisma to be like const Prisma new Prisma client, which we are importing from Prisma client like this. And we also did the same thing in here. So let's use this one instead of this one. Let's remove it, and we import a Prisma. Remove this one also. We should import Prisma from /db like this, and it should all work exactly the same. Okay, now let's create a new post. Next.js 16 is already here, and the Slack should be auto-generated. Let's upload a new file and click on upload one file to send it to upload thing. And you can see the preview. Let's write here, this is a Next.js post, and make it bold. Let's also add some bullet point items. Caching, turbo pack like this, and let's also add a code. Const get data equal async, which will be a function, and then this function is an empty function, and let's format it as code like this. Let's also add an image. You can either upload an image or embed a link. Let's try embedding the link. I'm going to Unsplash, and then from Unsplash, let's search for, let's grab this image, the first one. If you right click on the image, open image in new tab, and only grab its URL. Embed link, embed image, and you can see the image is here. You can resize the image like this. And let's also add some tags. JavaScript. You can add more, for example, TypeScript, as many as you want. Let's also choose a category to be React.js, and let's also choose the status to be published like this. And now click on Save Changes. Post created, and this is currently empty. What we can do the same thing that we did for categories. Let's go to posts and then posts page. In here, let's bring, if we go to categories and then a categories page, in categories, we imported categories client, which renders this data table. But in posts, we don't need these dialogues and extra client stuff. We can just directly render the data table. So we come here and then under this one, we just say data table, imported from components data table, and let's pass data to be, let's actually get all the posts. To get all the posts, let's go again to our server action. We get unique post, create post, update post, and now let's get all the posts. Export const, get all posts. Get all posts is an async function. Okay, and then here we do the same thing that we did for the rest of them. Just copy paste the try catch, and in the dashboard we only allow logged in users to be able to see and do some actions to the post. We remove this, we don't need it. We don't need update. We do find many, and these things we don't need at all. And in the find many, let's do where, and we should only fetch and get the posts that belong to the logged in user. User ID is equal to session.user.id, like this. And order by, let's do order by updated at descending. What else we need? We also need to include categories. Category, and we say true, included to our post. True, like this. Okay, and now if we go to our page in here, we just need to say const data is await get all posts, like this. Let's make this one an async function, async, and now we pass the data to be data, and we also need to create columns. To create the columns, let's do, we can actually create it directly under the posts, but let's do create a new folder, call it clients, and because it in here we will easily understand that that's a client component, and we say columns.tsx, and let's grab that from a categories columns. It will be very similar. Paste it like this. Cell actions, we also need the cell actions here. So cell actions, clients, cell actions dot tsx, like this. Okay, now we don't need name. Let's change name to be title, and then this will be post title also, and this one will be a title also. What else we need here? We need to show a small image of the thumbnail. So what we can do, I'm doing image URL, and here we don't need button, but for the header, I'm just saying image, just hard code it like this. And for the cell, let me remove this. We need a div, but I'm adding a class, so the image height should be 40 pixel, and the weight should be 60 pixel like this. 60 pixel like this. And let's also make it relative. So now we can use next image. We will import it from import image from next image. Okay, let's come down here. We do image, and image needs an src, which we can get from row.original.image URL. It also needs an alt attribute, which will be row.original let's get the title. Okay, and let's make the image to fill its parent container. We can also add a class name. Let's do it rounded SM. Rounded SM. You can convert this to a Tailwind like this, and property image URL. Oh yes, it doesn't exist. We need to create a type here. I'm doing a type. Let's do post with the category. Post with category is of type post, which we can import from generated Prisma client, and we also append category to that, and a category will be of type a category, which we also import from a generated Prisma client, and we say category can be null also. Okay, perfect. And now in here we say type post with the category like this. It should fix that issue. Now we don't have name, but we will change this name to ID. For now, we just change it to ID. Okay, what else we need? We need the title. We need, we added the image URL, and let's add published and category also. Title, and then let's copy this one. Come down here and paste. For the next one, we just say status, the status, and for the header, let's just say status, and for the cell, I think we don't need a div. We just need to return this row.get value, and status like this. Let's do the same thing for category. Category, and then in here a category, and here also a category. Another thing that we need, let's do views. our post got how many views. We just say views, and then in here views, and here also views, like this. Okay, in the sell action, I think we only need the ID. Let's go to sell action. In the sell action, let's do only an ID, which will be ID of type string, like this. Okay, now what we need to do, we can just say, instead of category name, we just say post, copy it to clipboard. We don't need the name anymore. And this is for removing the post. So let's change this to remove post. And then this one also remove post. We will create this server action soon. And what else? We can just say post deleted successfully. I think that's it. So in the edit, what we can do, we come here and just say router dot push. We will push it to slash posts and then slash ID of the post, like this. Okay. In the delete modal, we just need to remove this name. We just say, are you sure you want to delete? And remove post on remove post, like this. Looking all good. We don't need these category options. Okay, and our columns is already looking good. Let's go to posts and let's add columns to be columns that we created. Okay, let's continue creating our dashboard. Currently, if we go to our dashboard from breadcrumb or clicking in here, it should be an empty page. Let's see that. You can see that 404 not found. It's not even there. Let's go and create the dashboard page. Okay, I'm closing all the open files. Let's go to app, admin, dashboard, and we have this page.tsx. Actually, it exists here. I think in our nav bar something is missing. App sidebar, it's uppercase, so it should be lowercase, like this. And now if we change this one to be lowercase d, it should work properly. Okay, dashboard page. Let's design our dashboard page to be like this. I'm going back to this page and remove this h1, but add a class name to this div. Class name flex1, and also flex a column, like this. Let's add another div. I will add a class name to this one also. Class name flex wrap, w full, flex column, gap 6, padding 14, and padding x should be 6, like this. And now let's go ahead and add a link here. Link href will redirect to our front end or home page of our blog. It's href. Let's also import the link from next link, and the link label should say, let's add a span tag and visit public site. Let's also add an icon. I'm doing rocket from Lucid React, like this. Below the link, let's add an h1 and let's add a class name to that. Class name, a font semi-bold, and text let's make it a 2XL. And this H1, let's say hi, and then the username. We can get the username from here. We can say const session equal auth session that you can import from lib auth utils like this, and it's an async function. Let's make sure it awaits. And now in here we say hi session.user.name like this. What else we need? We come down, we add another div, and we just add a class name to that. For now, let's say container and flex one, flex a column, and gap 2 like this. Add another div, add a class name, flex a column, gap 4, padding y is also 4, and this is for the mobile version. For the medium screen, let's do gap 6, and also for the medium screen, let's add padding y to be 6 like this. And now in here, let's add section or dashboard card, which we will create it soon. And come down below this one, let's create another div, add a class name to this class name. Let's add px4, and then medium screens, let's do px6 like this. And then here we will show the analytics charts. Charts like this. We will create this one. Okay, now let's go ahead in our components and create our dashboard card. Create a new file, dashboard card.tsx. Okay, rfc dashboard card. And now in here, let's do it like this. Create a div, add a class name, grid columns 1 for mobile, but for medium screens, grid columns 3, and let's add gap 4, let's add w full and px6 like this. Come down and now add a card. You can import from UI card like this, and add a class name also to our card like shadow lg, and let's also add minimum height of this card to be 36, and let's make it flex items center, flex a column, and justify center like this. Now let's add card header, and let's add a class name to card header also. Class name flex a column, and w full like this. Now let's add a div w full flex and justify between like this. Now let's add our card description, and let's add a class name to this, a class name text lg, and also font medium like this. We just say total number of categories like this. Okay, let's add an icon also. I can just add like combine icon from Lucid React, but you can add any icon that you like this. And come down, we add card title. Let's add a class name. Let's make text 2XL like this. And now here, let's do total categories. total number of categories. We don't have this one yet, but we will get that soon. And now let's copy this one and paste 2 more times. This one we will say total number of posts, and also here total posts. And let's copy one more. And for this one, let's say total views like this. Okay, now let's create an interface. In the top, we just say interface card props, and we get a total categories, which should be of type number, a total posts also of type number, and total views also of type number, like this. And now let's straight away destructure it. From card props, we need total categories, total posts, and total views, like this. And now if we go to our page, we can import this dashboard card from components dashboard card, like this. How we can pass the data to that, we will do that soon. But before that, let's create our chart. I'm going to components again, and then here let's create a new file, dashboard chart.tsx rfc. We don't need React, and then dashboard chart. And then here let's go and check our ShadCN UI documentation. Come here, let's click on chart, and now we can grab one of these charts. Let's copy this one and this part and go in here and paste like this. Okay, chart container is complaining about its configuration. Let's do that here. We can just say const chart config, and it's an object. Let's do color. I'm choosing this color, which is 256363 and EB, which make our charts to look like blue color. Okay, and now in here we say config to be chart config, like this. I think we also need to specify here for desktop, like this desktop, which is an object, and then color to be blue, like this. We don't have the data yet, but before adding data, let's add a div around this, a div, and add a class name, grid, and grid and grid columns 1. But for medium screens, we make grid columns 2, like not 3, 2. And also let's add a gap 5, and let's also add w full, like this. Let's wrap it in a card also, card from UI card, and let's add card header and card title. Card title will say views, and also card description. And card description says trending posts by number of views. Let's add the card content now, card content. And now let's add our chart container, data, and these things. Okay, we should receive data from, let's actually copy a dummy data. Let me go down and find like this data, chart data. Let's do this for now, and we will make it dynamic soon. But let's make data to be a chart data, like this. Okay, we are getting this error, I think, because we are importing bar chart from Lucid React. We should remove this line and we should import it from Recharts, like this, bar chart. And now the error should go away. Let's see this in the browser, but let's import that first. Dashboard chart. dashboard chart like this, and let's comment this for now. Let's also update this one to be satisfy. It satisfies chart config, which we will import from UI charts like this. Now let's check it in our browser. Oh, we are getting an error because we have to mark this component use a client like this. And now if we check, we can't see anything. I think we should change the key to desktop like this. And now we can see our charts. Okay, perfect. So now let's fix this one, and also let's go ahead and get real data for our charts and cards also. Let's remove this one, and what we are going to do, I'm going to create an interface and chart props. Let's add data to be of type post that we can get from lib-generated Prisma client, which is an array of posts. And also let's add categories. Categories also we can get from Prisma client, which is also an array of objects. And now in here, let's straight away destructure that categories and posts from chart props, data and categories like this. And let's change the data to be data like this. Okay, now let's go ahead in our page. Actually, let's go to our actions and create a new action, server action, to get all the posts that the current user or current logged in user created. So I can copy this one and paste it here. Let's rename it to get post by user. Get posts by user like this. And then we need the current user ID. I don't think we need this one. We can get that from session where user ID equal session dot user dot ID like this. Find many. And let's also order by updated at and then descending like this. The rest should stay the same. And let's go back to our page, and then here let's say const posts await get posts by user. And now let's pass the posts here. Posts equal posts. We need to also pass categories. We already have a get all categories or get categories action. Let's use that one. Const categories is equal await get categories. Get categories like this. And let's pass it in here. Categories equal categories. This one needs to be data, not posts. Okay, data like this. Let's work on our dashboard card also. What we can do, we have categories, we have posts. Let's come down here. Const total views, which we can get from posts dot reduce. We use the reduce method, and then ACC or accumulator, and also the current item or the current post. The current post item will be of type post from Prisma generated ACC, and then item, let's return ACC plus item dot views like this. Let's make sure that the views exist, and also let's close this one, and also let's add a comma here, and the default value will be 0 like this. Okay, this is a total number of views. And what else we need? Okay, now let's enable our dashboard card, and let's pass the properties. It expects total categories, total posts, and then total views. Total posts, which will be a posts dot length like this, and total categories, which will be categories dot length, and also total views will be total views like this, and looking all good. And if we go and check now, this is our dashboard. So let's style this a little bit. We go back to a dashboard page, and then here, let's see, let's add a class name to our link. I'm just saying a class name, and I just say text blue 500, or let's make it 600, font medium, and gap 2, and items center like this. Let's save it, and now go back to our browser. This is looking better, but let's make the rocket to be in line with this text. To do that, we can add flex. Okay, now it's looking pretty good. If we click on that, it will open this default Next.js homepage. But let's open it in a new tab. When someone click on that, it should open to a new tab. Target blank like this. Now, if we click, it should open it in a new tab like this. Okay. And let's see why our chart is not working. Because when we added the data, and now if we go and check, we still have an option to be desktop, but now it should be views, post views. How should I know that it is views? Because if you hover over this data, you can see that our data have views like this. So now go ahead and check in our browser. Okay, so our views are 0, but we will create that soon. And as soon as we create it, we can see the number of views in our chart. Okay, the rest is looking pretty good. Let's also go ahead and add our latest categories here. I'm going to VS Code, and let's create a new component, dashboard categories, dashboard categories.tsx. RHC, remove the React import. Let's change this to dashboard categories like this. And what we need to do here, we can just create a card. Let's close the card like this, and let's add card header, card title. Card title should say latest categories. What else we need? A card content. And the card content, let's add a class also to that. Class name, flex, column, and gap 6, like this. Now let's come down and categories.map, categories.map. We will receive categories as a prop here. Let's do it now. We don't need categories in here. Let me copy this one. And where was in here? Let's create that interface. We don't need posts. We only need categories to be imported from lib generated Prisma client. And now in here, let's straight away destructure categories from chart props. It's not chart props anymore. It will be a category props like this. Let's take categories, and now it's working. Let's continue, and we can say a category and just return something. What we are going to return, a div which will have a key of a category dot id, and let's add a class name, a padding 4 rounded lg, and gap 6 shadow sm flex and items center, like this. Let's add a p tag, and in this p tag we say a class name font medium, and we just display the category name here, category dot name, like this. Now let's add div and add a class name flex items center and gap 1. Add another div. Let's add a class name relative, height should be 8, weight should be 8, which is 32 pixel, rounded full, and shadow lg. Okay, and now let's import next image. Import image from next image, and now let's use the next image. Let's add a class name. Class name will be rounded full and also shadow lg. Let's also add src. src will be a category.user.image, and let's add alt tag also. We will say a category.user.name, like this. And let's make sure that it fill the parent component, this one, which has class relative. Let's also display the username here, just a p tag, add a class name, and then a font medium, like this, category.user.name, like this. But it's complaining about image and name. So what we can do here, make sure these are user, not user ID, like this. Let's go to dashboard charts, and let's grab this one, and paste it in our page. Wrap the dashboard chart with this one and move the dashboard chart up. Let's also import dashboard categories, like this, And let's pass a categories to this one like this. And we don't need categories in dashboard charts. Let's remove from here and also remove from dashboard charts. From here and from here like this. Let's mark this one also use client. Let's include the user with our categories. Let's go to categories action and I'm going to copy this method, this function, and paste it here. Get categories with user like this. And what we need in here, we just need to add the include. In the include, what we need to include user to be to like this. So now we have access to user also. And if we go here, we can say categories and user, which is of type user. We can import from lib generated Prisma client like this. Let's remove this to be at the end like this. And now it should not complain anymore. So categories, we will have name, ID, user ID, and then we also have user, which is of type user. And user will have category.user.image and category.user.name and category.user.name here also. Let's do either this, or if it doesn't exist, let's pass an empty string like this. Let's make this also optional. Let's make the name also to be optional and this name also to be optional. And now let's go ahead and check our browser. Okay, all looking good. But we have 4 categories, but the user image and username is not showing yet. We will fix it soon. Okay, we have our dashboard, we have our posts, and also we can create a post, we can update, delete, and copy the post. We have our categories, and we have our saved posts, which still not working. But now let's go ahead and work on our front end or front page. If you click here, this is still the default Next.js 16 page. And we will be using some of the latest features in Next.js 16. For example, we may use the cache components. The other important thing is this proxy. Previously, in Next.js, you were able to create a middleware, but now they have removed middleware and replaced it with a proxy in version 16. And proxy or middleware is not for authentication or for creating protected routes. It's just for better user experience. That's why in our application, I didn't I didn't create a proxy or middleware. I just created these auth utils, this one that we can get require auth and require no auth. We can add in our pages like this. A while in here, I think I saw an error here. So we are still getting categories. Let's go ahead and add get categories with user. Get categories with user like this. I think this should fix our dashboard issue also. Dashboard charts and dashboard categories. Now it should work. We go back to our Next.js application and you can see we already have username John here. I'm going to Neon console. In users, let's rename this John at email to be John Doe like this. And let's also grab an image from UI faces. I'm grabbing an image and add it as his or her profile. Let's get this one, open image in new tab. I'm just copying this URL. Go back to Neon and let's add image here. Save changes and check our app. Go back to dashboard, and now if we refresh, we should have the user image. But because we are getting it from this domain, let's go ahead and add this to our next config. We will remove this later on, but for now, let's do it like this: host name, and just paste this, and let's restart our server. Now let's go back and check our browser. We should see the image nicely like this. Okay, our dashboard is complete, but because we don't have any views yet, we cannot see our charts. Let's go ahead and work on our public facing page. I mean, this one is still default Next.js. Let's go ahead and work on this one now. Let's start by creating our page first. I'm going to close everything here also. Go to our app, and that page is this one. So by default, it is this. Let's remove everything. And what I'm going to add is, let's add an empty fragment here. And what I want to do next, let's add a div with a class name of flex column, and also gap 6, justify center like this. And next, let's add another div with a class name, a container. I'm adding mx auto and padding 4. Let's add this to be grid and grid column to be 1, but in medium screens, the grid column should be 4. Let's add a gap 6 and the padding y to be also 6 like this. And now we can map around posts. So I can say posts dot map, but we don't have that posts yet. Let's turn this function to be an async function, and let's go ahead to our actions in posts. Let's create another function, just copy this one, and let's say get posts like this. We don't need the session because in here in our front end we allow everyone to read our posts. Okay, let's remove this, and now we don't need this verb. What we need in here, let's add a page size. By default, how many posts we should fetch. I can go at the top of the file. In here I am saying page size to be, let's make it 10 by default. And now let's go down to our function get posts, and I'm going to change this prisma.post.findMoney to use a transaction. And now in here we will also add pagination to our post. So let's accept page as a page number. This is page number. And then here before try catch, let's create a skip const skip which will be a page minus 1. Let's group them like this, and then times page size like this. And now let's get the current user. We need the current user because we grab this one and paste here. Because if a user is logged in, then he or she should be able to save a post to read later. So what we can do here, come down and then say const current user, current logged in user. You can say session if session exist dot user dot id. If it exists, and then do await Prisma dot user dot find. We find that user, find unique that user, where id is session dot user dot id, like this. We will find the user, and once we found the user, what we need to do, we only select saved posts to be true. We don't need the whole user object. Okay, let's come down here. If we cannot find a logged in user, what we can do, we just return null here. So there is user is not logged in. And now in here, in our try catch, what I am going to do is changing this find many to transaction, because this will work much faster and better with pagination. Prisma.post. It's not Prisma.post, it's Prisma.transaction. And then what we need here, let's remove it. And it's an array. And now we say Prisma dot post dot find many, and then here we will do our pagination and other stuff. Skip is this skip, and then take. By default we need to get 10 posts, so it's page size, and let's do order by updated descending. We also include who created the post, the author of the post, include user, but we don't need all the user object. We just need to select the image, user image. Image will be true, name true, and id true, and also saved posts true, like this. We can also say include category also to be true, category also true. Okay, and now let's come down here and let's say prisma dot post dot count, like this. Let's also change this response to be posts. We will receive posts, and also we will receive a total count, like this. Once you save it, instead of returning just response, we will do return, and object posts will be posts dot map. Let's map, and then we just get post, and what we are going to do, destructure everything in the post, but saved post, we will change the saved posts to be current user dot saved posts. If the current user is logged in, if we found a logged in user, then we show we highlight it, his or her current, or his or her saved posts. Otherwise, just an empty array if the user is not logged in. And then what else we need? We need total pages, which will be mat.sil, and total count that we get from database, which this function will return, and divided by a page size. We also need a current page to be our page that we get as a parameter. Okay, looking all good. And now let's go to our page here and use this. Let's first access the function const posts equal await get posts, like this. Okay, I'm removing this, and I like it to be like this. App, and then action, and then posts. Okay, get posts, it expects some params from us. Let's go ahead and do that because the pages are by default server rendered. And this is a route, so we have access to a search params. So what can I do? I come here and destructure a search params. Search params will be a promise. Search params, which will be a promise, and then this promise will have a page. But page shouldn't be a required option. It's an optional field. So we can say string. We can either pass the page, or if we don't want, we don't need to pass. And by default, we can pass number 1. Okay, now come down here. Let's say const params equal await, because this is a promise. We should get the page using await search params like this. And now const page, we should turn this to a number. Const page equal number and params.page, or by default we assign 1 like this. And now let's go ahead and destructure what we return from these posts. From these get posts, we need posts, total pages, and current page. So let's straight away destructure it. We say posts, total pages, and the current page like this. And let's also pass page here, this one. It will be either from our search params, or by default it will be 1. Okay, looking all good. And now we can look to our posts. Let's do post, and then here let's just return a post, a card like this. But we have to create this post card. Let's go to components and create post card.tsx RFC. We don't need to import React, and let's make this postcard. And in our postcard, let's mark this to be used client. Export default function postcard, and also let's create our interface first. Interface and post props. We need post to be of type post, which we can get from Prisma client like this. And also we append a category to that category, which will be from a category also from Prisma client, or the category can be null. Actually, we will leave it like this for now. And also we need to append user, and the user will be in which we don't need the whole user object. We need the name, not here, user, and then name, which will be string, and the user ID string, image string or null. What else? And save posts, which will be an array of string. We also need a current user ID, which will be a string. And now let's go ahead and destructure post and current user ID from post props like this. We need a post and current user ID. I don't know, we may need this or not, but let's add it for now like this. Okay, now let's style it. We'll create a div, and then in this div, actually we don't need a div. We can bring the card component from UI card, and let's add a class name to our card, and it should be w full. Also padding top should be 0, border should be 0, and also shadow, let's add shadow MD. Let's add gap 1 and position to be relative like this. And once we added our card, let's add a div now in here and add a class name to this div. Let's make this also relative, and height should be a 60, which is around 240 pixel or 15 rem. Now let's add our image. We can import this from next image like this, and our image will have src, which will be post dot image URL. We also need alt, which will be post.title. We also add this fill to the image. When we add fill, the image will take the height and weight of its parent div. Let's also add a class name. Make this rounded SM object cover like this, and also add sizes, because Next.js image expects sizes from us. The sizes we can add when max width 768 pixel. For 678 pixel, we need to add 100 view weight, and when it is max weight is, when max weight is 1200 pixel, we make it 50 view weight. Otherwise, we make it 33 view weight like this. We added our image, and now we need to add our card header. Let's come down here, a card header. Inside the card header, we add card title. Let's also add a class name to card header, gap 0, so it should not have any gap by default. And let's also add a class name to our card title, class name, and font semi-bold, and line clump should be 3. And in here, what we are going to do, post dot title. This is our post. Now the next thing is, after a card header, we need to add our card content like this. And inside the card content, let's add a p and add a class name to that, a text sm, a small text, and line clump should be again 3. Let's make this to be excerpt. We will create that soon. And after that, let's come down and create a div, and let's add a class name to this div, a flex gap 2, a py 6, and flex wrap. And now in here, we will show the post tags, post.tags.map, and return a link like this. And let's add href to be template literal, and then it should be /blog/tag and this tag name like this. And let's add the label here like tag. We can prefix it with this. Okay, let's also add a key, because it's a map, so we need to add a key which will be a tag also. I think it's better to wrap our tag name with badges. I'm going to bring badge from UI badge. Let's add a variant also to this. Variant should be a secondary. It should already look good, but let's go ahead and add our author image and author name also, and also the date that the post created on that day. Below this div, let's come down and let's add div and then class name. Let's add flex, justify between, and also w full and gap 2 like this. Let's add another div. This one also, let's add a class name flex and gap 1 like this. Let's add another div. We will add a class name to be relative. This is for image, and height of the image we make it 8, and weight is also 8. This is the author image. Let's make rounded full. Let's make shadow LG, and now bring the image in here. What we need to pass for the image, we need a class name rounded full shadow LG src, source of the image, which will be post.user.image, and we make sure that this exists. Let's also add an alt attribute. Alt will be post.user.name. We also need to add fill, and this image will fill the whole parent container. We can add sizes also. We can grab the exactly the same thing from here and paste it here. We don't need to modify that. And now let's come down below the image. Let's add another div and add a class name to this div, flex a column and gap 1. Let's add a span and then add a class name to this span, a text sx. Text should be very small because we are only showing username or the author name, and font semi bold. Let's come down here and do post.user.name. Below the span, let's add another span, and let's add a class name, a text. Let's make it extra small, like 10 pixel, and also a text. Let's change the color to be natural 500, and also font semi bold. Let's add the date here, post dot created at, like this. But this date, we cannot write it directly like that. Let's go ahead and install a library called datefns. If you go to Google, search for datefns, and this is the library that we are going to use. Let's go and shut down our server, and let's do a pnpm install datefns. Let's start our server again, go back to our VS Code, and let's wrap this with the format method from that datefns. We can say format, and how we want to format it, we will add the created date, and we make sure that it match this style, day and then month and then year, like this. Let's import format, import format from datefns, format like this. I think I added an E also. We don't need E, like this. Should be all good to go. Now let's come down and add a button or a link to go to the single post page, and you can read more about that post. Link, and add an href to this, href, which will be, let's use template literal /blog and then /posts and post id, post.slag or post.id. Let's do post.slag. Let's also add a class name to this link, so it should look nice. A class name flex and gap 1 and text sx, like this, items center and font medium. And now let's add here read more, and also add an icon from Lucid React, move right. And now let's finish our excerpt. This one, we already created a WYSIWYG editor that when we create a new post or update a new post, we can use that, but we can also use that for read-only option. If I go to components and then a toolbar, and let's click on editor, I am talking about this one. Okay, let's create a new version of this TypeTap editor or rich text editor. We can say inside the component, we are not going to do that inside toolbar because we will not be using the toolbar. Let's do that inside the component. Just call it rich text viewer.tsx. Let's do RFC. We don't need React here. Mark it as use client. And now change this name to be a component. First, let's create an interface, rich text props. And what we need only the content, which will be either of type string or record like this. Straight away, destructure the content, destructure from rich text props like this. What we need now in here, if we come, we can say const editor will be use editor from TypeTap React. We can import it, and then here let's configure it. Extensions. In the extensions array, we only need starter kit from TypeTap starter kit. Let's do content. A content to be a content, the one that we receive. Let's do editable to be false. And let's check in here. Let's come down. If not editor, then return null like this. Otherwise, if editor exists, let's just return editor content, and then this editor content will expect the editor, which will be editor like this. So we are exporting the function. Let's go ahead and use this in our post card. We can use it in here. Let's do a rich text viewer and import from rich text viewer. And the content, let's pass a content to be post.content like this. I think we don't need this excerpt anymore. Import it from components post card, and let's pass the post here. And let's do post equal post like this. Okay, let's also add a key. A key will be post.id like this. Okay, for now, let's go ahead and remove this current user ID also. We don't need it, I think. And remove from here also like this. And now the errors should go away. If we check our front page, now if we go to this local host, in here we should go ahead and mark our rich text editor to be immediately render to be false like this. And now if we check, this is our postcard, which is looking pretty nice. I think I did a mistake here. We don't need to render the whole content here. This is for when someone try to read our blog post. In here, we just need to add an excerpt. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, and let's go and inside lib, I'm going to add another function inside utils. Let's do that here. Export function and just say stripe HTML. Stripe HTML, and it will expect an HTML which will be of type string, and let's do if no HTML, just return an empty string. But if there is HTML, return HTML, and replace, for the replace I'm using this regex. You can just copy and paste it. Let's do another replace here. And at the end, let's do a trim like this to remove white spaces. Okay, now we can use this stripe HTML. Let's go to our postcard. In here, and let's create the except now. Const except equal post dot content like this. And now let's render the except as we did previously and remove this one. We can totally remove it and except like this. Let's see our browser now. It's looking pretty good. Let's go and style this a little bit. I'm going back to VS Code, and in here, let's come to the card. We added padding 0. Let's add padding bottom to make it 4 like this. And then if we save, it's looking amazing now. We have the post title, post image, and excerpt, the tags, and the author, post author, and also the date that when this post was created, and a link to read more. I think this is very big. Let's change that a little bit. If I come down to user.name, let's make that one also to be text 10 pixel like this. Okay, it's looking better now. Okay, now let's add our header here, our hero section. Let's go to VS Code, in components. Let's go to components, and I'm going to create a new file, name it header. Okay, in here, let's add the export default function, and it will be header. Header will expect about, and the about will be of type string. Okay, let's just return a div and add a class name to this div, wfull, a flex column, and padding 16. Let's also add a justify center, text white, a container like this. MX auto, let's come down and add extra classes, rounded MD, items center, gap 1. Let's also add a text to be center, bg gradient to R, it means gradient to right, and then from blue, let's say blue 500 to, we say to purple, and let's say 500 like this. Okay, let's add a shadow LG. I think that's all the classes that we need for this one. I think in new version of Tailwind, we can change this gradient to linear, bg linear to R. Let's come down. Let's add, I'm just saying h1, and then in this h1, let's add a class name, a text xl, and in medium screens, text will be 2XL and font a semi bold like this. Latest news, tips, and insights, and add a break tag. BR normal break is okay, and then just say if about is there, we just say about, and then the name of the tag or category. About. If about is not there, let's say from our team of experts or tech experts, like this. Let's also add a p tag here, p, and add a class name. A text should be sx, and let's add here. You will always find latest news, more information about, and let's add a break here. Tech, AI, trends, and software like this, and stay informed. And now let's go ahead and use this header in our page. So let's go back to our page, and here let's bring our header from components header. Let's mark the about to be optional. It's not a required field. Okay, like this. And now we can see it's looking nice and it's looking pretty good. Okay, now let's go ahead and add our navigation. I'm coming to components. Actually, let's go to ShadCN first and search for navigation. Navigation menu, this one. Okay, and now let's copy this code and let's go to our VS Code, create a new file in components, call it navbar.tsx. Like this, and paste this code. Okay, let's remove this option completely, including the li, and save it. Let's go to page and let's add it here. And let's add a div first, and then style this div a little bit. Let's add class name, relative, and w full. And now let's come down and bring navbar that we created. I think I didn't change its name, so it's navigation menu demo. I just remove the demo. I just say nav menu like this, and now here let's say nav menu and import it from components UI. Let's see that in action, and you can see it's looking pretty nice. Let's style this a little bit. I'm going back to my VS Code and go to navbar. So what I'm going to do here, let's do, okay, come down here and let's see, let's say this one to be max class name, and then mx auto like this, and max weight, let's do this one to be full like this. If we check it now, it should look like this. Let's also add a margin and padding. We don't need padding actually. Let's add just margin. We just say my will be 6, which is 24. Let's do 5. My 5 like this. And now it should look much better. Let's also wrap it in a container. And for this one, I will create like a user icon there. So let's go there. And where is that? Okay, I will change that with the icon option. Where is that? In here to be user. Let's do user. For now, later on we will add user name here or user image. And for the options, let's add let's do sign out in here. Sign out. And let's save. The rest of them, let's add this one to go to dashboard, and it should go to /dashboard if a user is logged in. And for this one, let's leave it like that. I think we don't need this one, the backlog. Okay, navigation menu item. We don't need most of them here. Let's remove this. Let's also remove the other one, navigation menu item. This one also we don't need. And this one also we don't need this one. We don't need this one. What else we need? We only need this one, menu trigger or the home menu. Let's do it like this. Remove the content. And I don't think we need the navigation menu trigger. We just need a navigation link. Navigation link, like menu link, like this. And let's add an href here to be href to be slash, which will be our home page. Okay, let's see this. It's already looking nice and beautiful. We can sign out and we can go to our home page, which is this page. Let's style this and move this home page this side and user to be that side. I am coming back here. Let's make this one to be a flex, and then justify between. So it will push one of them to the other side. And also let's copy this one, navigation menu list. The first one will be for home, and the other one will be for the user, especially here. And for this one, let's just remove the home like this. If we check it now, one is here and another one is here, which is not really good. So what we can do here, I think instead of wrapping the container, instead of adding flex to container, let's wrap them in a div and add that div to be container div. Let's bring down, and a class name will be flex, justify between, and also w full. W full. Come down and let's select everything in here. Navigation menu list, and let's move it up like this. It is not looking good. Let's go back and bring our container to be here. Container to be here like this. And if we save, we should remove the container from parent like this. Container, I spelled container wrong. Container. And now it's looking much better. Okay, perfect. So let's go ahead and update these things also. For the sign out, I will use a sign out icon. For dashboard, a dashboard icon. Let's do that. A circle icon, I'm just going to do dashboard, a layout, dashboard layout, dashboard layout. We should be able to import it from Lucid React. I don't know why it doesn't exist. Let's check it here. Let's do dashboard layout. It's actually layout dashboard. And also let's import the log out component, log out icon, log out like this. And let's replace these two icons, dashboard layout with layout dashboard like this, and log out with log out icon like this. So it's sign out and dashboard. If you click on dashboard, it should take you to dashboard in here. Okay, perfect. And now what we can do, we can make the sign out also to work. Let's come back here, and then instead of this link, let's just change it to a normal div like this. We don't need href. Let's also add a cursor, a pointer, and on click, which is a function. And what this function is going to do, we already created in our lib folder. On the lib, we created auth client like this. So we can use this auth client. Let's go ahead and use it like this. Auth client dot sign out like this. It should sign you out if you click. Let's do work on the read more option. What I'm going to do, let's go back to VS Code. I think we don't need this list item anymore. Let's remove this function completely. Remove it. And we also don't need this components. Remove this one also. Okay, now let me close everything and open files. Let's go to app, and under app, let's create a new folder. I will name it blog. Under blog, let's create another folder. I call it posts. And inside the post, let's create a dynamic route. We name it slug because we want to fetch a post or read a post by its slug. And inside the slug, let's create a file page.tsx. Let's do RFC. We don't need this React. This page will be blog page like this. And because this will be a server component, we can mark this as sync. And because this is using page.tsx under a route, we can access params. Just come here, params, and then params is of type promise, which will have slug. Slug is of type string. Now what we need to do here, let's come down and say const slug equal destructure it from params, await params like this, And now let's grab a single post. To grab a single post, we can go to actions and then grab it from posts, but I'm going to create a new file and I name it blog.ts. And now in here, let's do the same thing that we did for the other parts of the post. Let's move this front-end code to the blog.ts server action. Let's cut it from here and paste it in here. And let's bring that page size cut from here and paste at the top in here. We don't need this comment anymore. Let's mark it to be use server and paste it like this. And now let's add another function, export const get blog post by Slack like this, and it's an async function, and this async function will expect slug, which will be of type string. So now let's come down here. Let's add our try catch. For catch error, we just say console.error, pass the error, and throw a new error. Something went wrong, like this. And in the try block, let's do const post equal await Prisma dot post dot find unique, where slag is equal slag, like that. Let's do include. It should also include a user, not the whole user object, just select user name true, user image true, and user ID to be true. And also let's include a category also, a category also true, like this. And at the end, let's return this post, return post, like this. And we can go to our page in here. We can use that server action. We just say const post equal await get blog post by slug, and then we pass this slug from here. As soon as we go to that page, let's update the post views, number of views also. We can create another server action. Let's do that in here, and copy this code. We can paste it, and let's rename it to update post views, like this. And we only need post ID of the post, which will be a string where ID is equal ID. And what we need to do, we need to update the data, and we only need to update views and increment this by 1, like this. Let's change this to update, like this, and I think that's it. And now in this page, as soon as someone visits the page, let's update the post view also. Await update post views, like this, and we just need to pass post.id, this post that we are fetching. Let's make this as a string, like this. And now as soon as someone visits that blog post, it should update the views. Now what we need to do, if there is no post, let's return null. If no post, If no post, let's return null. Otherwise, if there is post, let's design our post page. Div, and then in this div, let's add a class name w full flex column items center padding 6, and in the medium screens padding will be 0 like this. Let's come down, add another div. Let's add a class name a flex max w 6xl and flex column gap 6 justify center like this. Let's add an h1 and add a class name text 2xl, and also in the medium screens text 5xl. Let's also add font semi-bold, and come down here, it will be post.title. The next one, let's add a div, add a class name to this div, and let's do flex gap 6 and the text sm like this. Let's come down, another div, we will add a class name a flex and gap 6. Let's come down here now and add a div to render our image. So class name relative, and height will be 8, which is around 32 pixel. Weight is also 8, which is also 32 pixel. This will be the user image or the author image, rounded full, and also shadow LG like this. Now let's add our image from next image, and what we need to add in here, the image should have an src. Src will be post.user.image, and alt, the alt will be post.user.name like this. Let's also add a class name rounded full and shadow LG. Let's make sure it fill the parent container, and let's make sure that the image exists like this. Let's come down now and let's add another div with a class name flex and flex column. Let's also add a gap 1, and let's come down, add a class name a text xs, which will be small, and font medium. Let's add post.user.name like this, and another span to add the date, span, and come down. Let's add a class name text sx, and also let's do a text color to be natural 500 like this, font medium like this. Let's come down and add format from det fns like this, and let's format the date to be post.created at, and it should look like month, day, and year like this. And let's come down in here, let's add a link for the category, import it from next link, and for the category let's add href where it should go, we use a template literal / blog and then a category, and then the category post category ID, category ID like this. And let's add in here post dot category dot name. Let's also add a class name here, font semi bold like this. Let's add a div with class name, and this is for a post image. Class name position should be relative, and also height will be 80 like this. And now let's come down, add image, and then in image what we need to do, image need an src which will be post.image URL like this. And also let's add alt will be post dot title. Let's add a class name which will be rounded sm, and object cover like this. Let's also make this to fill the parent container. After this, let's add our rich text viewer here. Rich text viewer, a viewer, and let's pass our content. Content will be post.content like this. Okay, perfect. And below that, let's also add another div to render our tags. Div, and then add a class name flex gap 2 and py6, also flex wrap like this. And now let's come here, post.tags.map. we can get tag, and let's do the same thing that we did for post card here, and let's find where we rendered the tags like this. Let's copy exactly the same thing and go here and paste it like this. Let's save it. And badge, I think it imported from somewhere else. It imported from Lucid React. We don't need from there. If you come down, it should import from UI, a components UI badge like this. Let's also fix a typo here. It is use server, not user server. Save it. And now if you check your browser, you should be able to see your blogs like this. If you click on read more, it should go to blog. You can see your blog post here, but we cannot see our nav bar and the header here. Let's go ahead in our VS Code and create a layout for this blog folder. Come down here. Where is our blog? Let's add a layout file, layout.tsx. And in this layout, let's export default function and then blog layout like this. It needs children of type react node like this. Let's straight away destructure the children and use it like this. Let's return a fragment, and then inside this fragment add a div. Let's do class name relative and w full, Let's now add in here our nav menu from components navbar, and also let's add our children like this. Let's also add that sizes that we added in the postcard to that image also. We can copy this one and go to our page. In here, let's paste like this. Our image is not showing. Let's add a height, a weight also to this W full like this. If you go up here, let's see, this div should close before our image in here. Let's do it here, div. And let's remove one of these divs like this. Now if we go and check our browser, we should see our image also. As you can see, our image is looking pretty nice. Let's go to VS Code and open components and dashboard chart. We don't need this thing anymore. We can just copy this color. Let's remove this whole thing and leave it as an empty object like this, and come down here. Let's add this color here. We can just say fill and paste this color like this. Okay, if we check it now, it is blue. Okay, great. So what's next? Next, let's also add an x-axis to our chart. So inside the bar chart that is here, let's add the x-axis imported from Recharts like this. And x-axis, it's a self-closing tag. What we need data key. Data key is we can add a title of the post, title, and we need thick line. Thick line, we need that to be false. Thick margin, we need this to be a 10, and we also want axis line to be false. Axis line false. And what else we need? We need take formatter. And this will be a function, and in this function let's do value and value dot slice. We only get 8 characters from 0, or let's do 10. Okay, above this y axis, let's also but before that, let's check it. So as you can see, now we have this y-axis, and we have these labels below each bar. Let's also add the Cartesian grid like this. And Cartesian grid, it will add lines like this one's horizontal lines, as you can see, and vertical lines like this. Let's remove the vertical to be false. Vertical to be false like this. And now we only have horizontal lines. Okay, perfect. What else we need? We already added a chart tooltip, and I think that's all that we need. Actually, we need one more thing, the max bar size. Let me show you. If we only get, let's say we only fit 10 popular posts. If I go to app and then admin dashboard page, we are getting get posts by user, and that's coming from app actions posts. If we go to actions, posts, and get posts by user, this one, and let's do take only 20 or 10. Take only 10, like this. And if you check it now, you can see the bars, or let's say in here we only get 5. And then if you save, the bars will be very thick. Let's fix this. And in here, we come back to dashboard charts. And in the bar chart, in here, we just say max bar size will be 60. Let's do it 60. It shouldn't be more than 60, like this. And now they will always be 60, like this. Okay, let's go back and fix our posts. Let's fetch only 10 posts. So now we are fetching 10 popular posts. Let's also add a little bit radius, border radius to our charts. If we go back to our charts and come back here in bar, in here we say radius will be, let's add 4, like this. And now it's looking much better. And now let's go ahead and fix. If we go to our public site, we should go ahead and add our pagination here. Let's go and do that. Okay, what I'm going to do in components, I'm creating a new file, components, and then I'm creating a new file. I will call it pagination.tsx. Let's do export default function, and we just do pagination like this. And pagination will accept a few parameters. Let's do them right away. We need a current page of type number, and also total pages also a number, and also the current page, which will be number also, and page URL, which will be string. And let's make this one optional. Let's straight away destructure them. A current page, a total pages, a page, and the page URL, like this. Okay. Now let's do return. We will do return a div with a class name flex gap 6 flex row w full and padding bottom 14, like this. Let's do another div, class name w full flex gap 6 justify center, like this. And now let's add a link from next link. And in this link, let's add href. Let's do page URL slash page URL page question mark page, which will be a current page like this, and the current page -1, like this. Let's also add area disabled when it should be disabled when current page equal 1. Class name, let's add like this. If current page equal 1, only add this class name cursor not allowed. And also let's add a pointer events none, like this. We can add a ternary operator here like this, or let's wrap this using the CN function. Anyway, we have that CN function. We can import by using CN from libutils and then use it like this. Okay. And then here inside this link, what we need to do, we can add a div, and let's add a class name. Let's also use CN for this one also. Come down and add the flex, items center, justify center, and W10, a height 10, around it full, shadow LG, and the cursor pointer like this. Okay, this is one. And also let's add a conditional when current page, if current page equal 1, then only add a class opacity 50, opacity 50, like this. Otherwise, let's add a comma here. Otherwise, let's add opacity 100. Opacity 100, like this. And let's also add an icon inside this. I'm just saying move left from Lucid React. Okay, this is for previous page. We can go to previous page. And now let's do below the link, let's say div, add a class name, a flex, items center, justify between, and also a text SM gap 6, like this. And in here we just say page, and then we grab this page, for example page 1 of total pages, like this. It will be page 1 of 20 or page 2 of 40, like that. And now let's copy this link and paste it below this div for next page option. Okay, but for the next page, we will say we are not going to do current page -1. We will do current page +1. And also in here, we are not checking if it is equal 1. We are checking if it is equal total pages. Total pages. And here also the same. Total pages, like this. And move left, we will change this to move right. Move right from Lucid React. And now let's go and use this one, pagination, in our pages. Let's go to app, and then this is our front page. And then here, and let's do posts.length. If posts.length is greater than 0, only on that time we need pagination. And now we do pagination. Pagination, import it from components, pagination, should be self-closing. And now let's add pages, a page, and the current page is current page, like this, and total pages like this. Now, if we check our browser, we can see our pagination here. Behind the scenes, I added a lot of posts to our blog, so we can work on pagination and other stuff. Under the app, but not under the admin, I already created a blog, and then I created posts. Let's now also create a folder category, and under category, let's create another folder ID, because we will fetch categories by ID, even though IDs are not proper way to fetch anything, including categories, but because if I show you in our Prisma, let's see that in our Prisma, we have category and the name is not unique. If you want to fetch by name, you should add a unique here. You can still fetch by name, but since it's not unique, we are not going to do that. So let's go back under ID. Let's create a page.tsx. Export default function category page like this. Okay, in category page, what we need, because we need pagination in this page also, let's do search params, which is promise, which only have a page. Page is of type string. Let's make this page optional. It's not a required field, and it's a string. And also, apart from search params, I think we need params also. Let's bring it down like this. And now let's do params also. Params is also a promise. This one needs an ID of type string like this. Let's straight away destructure them. Params and search params like this. Let's make also our function async. Sync, and now come down here. Let's do const session is auth session from libutils. This is an async function. Let's do await. Let's also do const id is await params. We get the id from params, and also const search arguments. Let's do await from search params, like search params like this. Now we need a page equal number, and then what we need is search arguments dot page, or we can by default add number 1. Okay, let's go to actions, and then blog.ts. Let's copy exactly this function and paste it, because it will be very similar to this function. Get posts, come down, paste it, and let's say get posts by category like this. Okay, what we need here, we need a page number, and we also need a category ID here, category ID, which will be a string. And the rest, these things should stay the same. The only thing that we need to change is in here, we need to add where, and then we say category ID is category ID like this. Let's add a comma here. And I think that's all we need to add. The rest should be exactly the same thing. And now let's go to our page const, and then we say posts await from get posts by category like this. We need to pass the category ID, which is the ID that we grab from params, and also the page that we are getting in here, which will be by default 1. If if search args that page doesn't exist, we pass 1. Otherwise, we pass search args dot page like this. And what we need posts, total pages, and the current page like this. We need to create a variable const found post. We need a single posts dot find, get the post, and let's see if post dot category id is equal this id. Now what we need to do, we need to return, we add a class name, flex column gap 6, justify between, height will be full, and minimum height will be device view height like this. Let's add another div, add a class name, make it container, mx auto to give padding 4, make it grid. In mobile views it will be grid columns 1, but in medium screens it will be grid columns 4 like this. Let's also add gap 6 and then y8 like this. And now let's come down and do posts dot map post. Let's return postcard like this, and we need to pass the properties in here. Post will be post, a key will be post dot id. Let's also add our pagination below. We say posts dot length if it is greater than 0, and only in that case we will add our pagination. And let's pass page is page, and also current page is current page, total pages is total pages, and also page URL will be, let's do this one to be a template literal like this, /blog, and then /category id like this. And let's also add our header here, but before that let's wrap all of them in a fragment, and then add our header that we created previously from containers components header, and let's pass the about here. About equal found post. We found the post dot category dot name like this. Okay, let's see in the browser. Now if we open a post, for example, let's open this one, click on read more, and now this is our post, and this is the category name. If we click on the category name, it should go to blog and then category and then category ID. Let's click on that. Okay, we are in a blog category and then category ID, but we are still seeing page 1 of 5, and the next button is enabled. It should be disabled, and it should just say page 1 of 1 because we don't have that much posts. Let's go ahead and fix that. If we go to our blog in here, okay, if we come down here, in here we missed where clause, where category ID is a category ID like this. Category ID like this. And now it should fix it. Now you can see that we have our pagination, but they are disabled. Let's also make sure that we are not able to click here. If there is no more posts. So we go back to our pagination, and then here we just say if opacity 50, and also let's add pointer events none, like this. Let's do this for the other one also. For the next page, pointer events none. Okay, let's come here, and instead of this div, let's add a button. We can import from UI button like this, and the rest I think is correct. Let's add the button here also. In this one we also do button, and now if we check, we can see that they are disabled. And now let's add the disable option to our button also. A current page equal 1, and then this one, and also let's add disabled. When it will be disabled, when the current page is 1, like this. And the other one, when it will be disabled, it will be disabled when the current page equal total pages. Current page total pages, like this. Actually, let's change these links. I don't think we need these links. We just need to add the href to our button. Let's do that like this. I'm going to copy this and remove this link completely, including this one. And let's come here in the button and just say on click. And what we need to do in here, we just say let's create a router instance. Const router is use router from next navigation, like this. Let's mark this to be use client. Okay, and then and below here let's do router dot push in this to this URL, like this. And let's add the same thing to this one also. Come down here, do like this, and do +1 here, like this. And remove this link. We don't need that anymore. Okay, now if we check, we should not be able to click on these buttons. They are disabled. But if we go back to home page, because there are more posts, we should be able to click on next and previous. Our category is done. And now let's work on tags. So let's go ahead and create a new folder. Let me close all these ones. And now let's go under app, blog, add a new folder, tag, and we will fetch tags by their names. So add a new folder, name, tags, name, and now let's create a new file. I think by mistake I added this one. So now let's create a new file, page.tsx. We can grab the same thing that we did for category here. It will be very similar. And what we need, actually we don't need this session in category also. We don't need this session. Okay. And now here, Let's change this from category page to tag page. Tag page like this. Okay, all of these things will not stay the same. And instead of only we need to change get posts by category to get posts by tag. Let's go to our actions again and blog, and let's copy this method that we did previously, get posts by category, and now change it to get posts by tag. Get posts by tag like this. We need a tag name, tag which will be string, and page which will be a number. Okay, now in here we say where tags, because as you remember we stored tags as an array of strings, we can say tags has this tag that we receive as an argument. Okay, let's do the same thing here also, where tags has this tag that we receive from as an argument. Okay, perfect. Okay, now let's go to our tag page, and then here we don't need this one because we already have access to the tag name. And then here instead of ID, we are getting the name, tag name, and here also let's do tag name. The same thing we do here, name, and let's use it in here. Instead of finding a category, we just say tag name like this. I think the rest should be all good. So let's go ahead and check. But this one also, let's do instead of category, we will do tag, and then instead of ID, we just do name like this. Let's go ahead and see that in our browser. Actually, we didn't change get post by category. Let's go ahead and change this get posts by tag like this. And now if we click on any of the tags in our browser, let's click on JavaScript, it should go to slash blog slash tag and then the tag name, which is JavaScript. If we click on that, as you can see, now we are in blog, tag, and then JavaScript. And this about also updated to JavaScript like this. And this one has pagination also. If I click on page 2, which is enabled, it should go to the second page, which is still blog, tag, JavaScript, and now the page number is 2. This is our page 2, and now it is disabled because we don't have any more posts to go to that page, but we can go back to page 1. It has been changed here also. Okay, now let's go ahead and fix this user. Let's add user avatar here. Let's go to ShadCN UI, and then here let's go down and find avatar, this one. Let's use this simple option. We copy this one, and if we go back to our VS Code, let's go to components and then navbar here. And now instead of this user, let's do like this. Okay, if we save and now check our browser, we can see the image is pretty big. So let's go and style that a little bit. In avatar, let's add a class name. Class name, we will say weight to be 8, which is around 32 pixel, and height also to be 8, which is also 32 pixel. Rounded full. And also let's make the image to be rounded full. Rounded full like this. If we check it now, it should be all good. It's looking pretty good. But what about if user doesn't have an image. In that case, what we are going to do by default, it's CN. Let's change this. Let's create a function in utils, in lib, and then utils. Let's do export const get name initials like this, and then it's a function. This function receives the name as a string, and it will also return a string. So we will say return name dot split by space, and then dot map, get the name part. In the name part, with the part dot char add, we get the first character, and then we say join those two together like this. And now we can go and use this get name initials. Instead of this one, let's do get name initials like this, and we need to pass the username. A name like this, and name should come as a prop. And here we say a name, which will be a string, and by default it shouldn't be a required field. We just say either name or let's make it an empty string like this. Okay, now everywhere that we are using this nav menu, we should be able to pass a name. Let's do that. If we go to app, this page, in here we are using the nav menu. Let's do name equal, what we need to pass, we need to get the session, because session is auth session. Let's make it await, and now you can do session dot user dot name like this. You can do the same thing for other pages also. And now let's go to blog, and then layout. In the blog layout, let's make this an async function, and let's do const session equal await auth session like this, and let's pass the name here, name to be session dot user dot name like this. And now if we check our browser, everything should be looking good like this. Okay, now let's also add a loading state. When we refresh our page and when it's loading, we should see a loading state before everything. Let's go to our VS Code, and now in here, let's go to, actually we can create one layout for everything right now. Let me close all the open files. Directly under app, and let's create loading.tsx export default function, and we just say loading. Let's come down, return what we need to return, a div, and let's add a class name wfull, and then minimum weight will be minimum device view weight, and also let's do flex column, and minimum height also will be the device view height, and overflow hidden. Let's come down and add a class name to this. Let's do position relative, and also wfull like this. Come down here and let's add nav menu, and come down here, let's add header. After header, let's add another div and add a class name flex column, and gap 6 justify center like this. And what else we need to do, we say div, add a class name container mx auto, let's do it grid, and the grid column 1 by default, but in medium screens it should be grid columns 4 like this. Let's also add gap 6, margin top and bottom to be 8 like this. And now let's do array dot from, make the length of, let's do for example 8, and then let's add a key value kv or whatever you name it, dot map, and then item, and then let's return the skeleton card. We will create this skeleton card very soon, and the key will be the item like this. And here it should be like this, and then we just need to get the V like this, and then map like this. We don't need this one also. And let's go ahead now and create our skeleton card. Go inside components and then create a new file. Call it skeleton card.tsx like this. And then in this skeleton card, let's export cons. And we just say skeleton card like this. And let's do return. Let's do a div for now with a class name a flex column, this y3 like this. Now let's do skeleton. We can import from UI skeleton. When we install ShadCN, all these things has been installed. Okay, now let's go and add a class name. Let's do height to be 140 a pixel, and let's do weight to be 360 pixel, and round the XL like this. After that, let's add a div with a class name. Let's do this y2 like this, and now let's come down and add a skeleton again. Skeleton like this, and let's add height 4 and weight to be again 360 pixel. Oh, I didn't add class name. Okay, let's add class name, height 4 and the weight to be 360 pixel like this. Okay, let's copy this one and paste 2 more times like this. Now save it and come back here and save this one. And now let's go ahead and check in our browser. And as you can see, we have a loading state before showing the actual posts. One more thing that is left to do here, if we go to a page that doesn't exist, for example, I'm going to about something like this, the page doesn't exist, and we can see this kind of 404. Let's create a custom 404 page. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, I'm closing all the open files here. Let's go in app, directly under app where we created our loading and page. Let's do another file, name it exactly like not found.tsx, export default function, do it not found or whatever name you can put here. Okay, return. We will return an empty. You can import this one from ShadCN UI because I already installed it. Components UI empty like this, and then in empty we have empty a header like this, and also empty media. Empty media will have a variant also. So let's close this first and add variant icon like this. And what icon we want to use in here? We just need to use rocket icon from Lucid React. Now let's add a class name to this icon. Class name text to be 9XL, and also let's add a size to be, let's do 400 like this. And now after media, let's do empty title like this, and in empty title let's add a class name. Let's do text to be 9XL like this, and font will be semi-bold, and the actual title will be 404 like this. After the title, let's do empty description, and in description also let's add a class name, text lg like this, and we say, I don't know what to say, let's do oops, the page you are looking for is not found, like something like this. And now come down below the empty header, let's do empty content like this, and inside empty content let's add a div, let's add a class name flex and gap2 like this, and then here let's add a link. We can import from next link, and what we need to do here href, we just say we allow people to go back to the home page, and we do that through a button. We do that through a button from components UI button, a class name. Let's do cursor, a pointer like this. And now let's say back to home page or back to home, something like this. I think it should be all good. If we check in our browser, and now if we go to some random page that doesn't exist, for example, about, we should see our custom 404 page like this. We can go back to home page, click on back to home. You can design and style this whatever you want, but this is the simplest option that I did. Okay, perfect. We have a small issue with our pagination. It is working on categories and tags page, but in the home page, it's not working. If you click on a next page or previous page, it will come to 404. Let's go ahead and fix that quickly. Come to pagination, which is inside the components. And then here we have page URL. If page URL exists, we do like this. And let's put this one also in a template literal. And if it doesn't exist, what we can do, we can just do it like this and paste it like this. We can do the same thing for the next page. So what we can do here, let's do if page URL exists, then what we need to do, we can grab this. If the page URL doesn't exist, then in that case, we can do this part, only this part, like this. Okay, and here we are missing this too. Let's add this and save. And now let's go back to our browser. And if we go back, let's refresh. And now if you click on the next page, let's click on that. Now it's loading our second page. Click again, it will load our third page. If you click more, it will load like as you go. And you can go back also, working all perfectly. Okay, let's go ahead and fix the rest of our project. First thing first, let's go and fix this image. This is still the default image that we got when we're copying from ShadCN UI. Let's go to our components and go to navbar. In navbar, let's replace this. But before, let's add that user image here. Let's also change this to be username, and also let's add user image and we make it to be a string. Let's make it optional. And then here, if user image exists, then we will do user image like this. And this one also change to user name. And let's remove this one. Actually, we don't need it. Let's put a bang operator to make sure that this one exists. And let's go ahead in our lib folder in utils. Let's fix this also. If not name, if name is not there, then just return null. Otherwise, if name is there, return to split it like this. I think we have used this nav menu in a couple of pages. Let's go and fix them also. If I go to app, the default homepage, we pass name. Let's change this to user name. And also let's pass the user image like this, and make sure that this image exists. We can do that like as a string. So it should be a string. And I think we also added in our blog layout, we added the name like this. Let's change this to username also. And let's add user image to be session.user.image. And this should be as string. And now if we check, let's refresh our browser actually. Before it loads the image, it gets the initial first, which was my name, and it's an, and after it fetch the image, it will replace the initials with the actual image. Now let's go ahead and also add a little bit padding above this title, postcard, and let's find a title here. Let's add a padding top. I think let's do 2, should be okay. And it looks much better. That's all good, and that's all about what we need to do in here. Now let's add a search icon here that when we click on that search icon, it should open a modal, and then we can search all the posts and categories, whatever we want. Okay, let's do that. What I'm going to do, let's go to VS Code, and in here, in VS Code, let's close this postcard. We don't need this anymore. Close utils, close layout, close page, but we need this nav bar. If you go down where we have this user icon or user image, and in here, let's add another navigation menu item. We can copy the class from here. It should have the same class and paste it here. And now inside this navigation menu item, let's just do a div and add a class name. Class name will be flex items center and the gap 3. Let's also do margin A, but in medium screens margin 0. Okay, now come down and then add another div, and then here add a class name margin mr6 cursor pointer like this. Now let's come down and add a search icon from Lucid React like this. I think we don't need this one. Yes, we don't need it. And below this div, let's just add, I don't know what to name, but for now, let's call it global search model. Something like this. We will create this soon. But before that, let's go ahead and create a state here. I'm just saying const is open, set is open like this, and by default it's false. And when we click on this icon, we should open it, and then set is open, make it true like this. Let's also pass the is open and set is open to this global search. We will create that file soon. We'll comment this for now. Do not get any error. And if we check our browser now, we have this search icon. So now let's go ahead and create our model. Okay, what I'm going to do inside component, let's create a global search model, something like that. Global search model dot tsx, global search model, something like this. Export default, and let's make sure it's a function. Export default function global search model, and it needs we have passed in here, we passed is open and set is open. Let's straight away destructure them. Is open is a boolean and set is open. It's a function which accepts is open as boolean, and the function should return nothing. Void. Let's straight away return something. We can do return, and then we can use the dialog from ShadCN UI, and then this dialog will work on that open and set open. Based on that, we can say open should be is open. Let's destructure them first. It's not available yet. Is open and set is open like this. And now is open should be is open on open change. Let's do it set is open like this. And now let's create our dialog content. Inside the dialog content, but before that, let's actually add a class name to this. Let's do sm max weight will be xl and padding 0, overflow hidden, and also minimum height will be 48. Minimum height will be 48 like this. And now let's do dialog header, and let's also add a class name to dialog header. Class name, let's do px4 and pt4. Let's also add pb 2 should be okay. Come down, and now here let's add dialog title like this. And in dialog title, we can add a title. We can just say search for anything like this. And after that, come down, uh, even below the dialog header, let's add a div. We will add a class name to this div. Let's do class name px4 and pb3, like this. Okay, let's add an input for our search. Input we can import from UI input. It's a self-closing tag. And let's do the focus to be true, and placeholder, let's add search posts, a category, categories, and dot dot dot, like this. And after that, we need to add value. Let's add the value to be query. Let's add a query like this. And on change, let's do E, and then what we need to do is set query. You can use value, set value, but I'm just using set query to be e.target.value, e.target.value, like this. The query and set query doesn't exist yet, but let's go ahead and add them at the top of our file in here, and then set query. It is using use state from React like this, and by default it will be an empty string like this. Let's mark this to be use client like this. And if we save now, let's enable now this global search. Our model should work. It should import it from a global search model. If we check in our browser now, if we click on this search icon, it should open our model like this. Okay, perfect. Let's go and add a loading state. When we are searching, our model should have a loading state. So we are coming here. Let's create another state. We will name it loading or is loading set. Let's do is loading because we have is open. Is loading, set is loading like this. Use state, and by default it should be false. What other state we need? Let's also create the result state. We will name it results and set results when we start searching for post. It should be of type result, which will be an array, and let's do it for now an empty array. We haven't created this result interface or type yet, but we will do it soon. Actually, let's do it now. If I save, and let's do in here, we can say type or interface result, and then because we want to search for posts and categories, we can start by starting for posts. And what we can do, we can say actually we should do both posts and categories. So we need type. If type is post, what we need from posts, the ID of the post, which will be string. Title of the post is also string. We also need the URL of the post and image of the post or image URL, which will be also a string like this. Because we will add categories also, let's add a pipe here, either posts or categories. We can say if type is post, then we need to fetch ID, title, URL, and image URL. But if type is a category, we just say type category, and we need the ID of the category and name of the category. And let's also fetch category URL. And let's continue by building our UI first. So I'm going down where we added the input. Below the input, let's do below this one, let's do a div. This will be for loading, class name add max height to be 80 like this, and let's also add overflow auto like this, and px2 pb4. If it is loading, we will show the as spinner. We will add a div and then add a class name p5. Also, let's do flex items center and justify also center. Justify center like this. And now let's add the spinner component from components UI spinner, from UI spinner. And let's add a class name also to this class name. We will say size is 6. But if it's not loading, let's show something else. We can do it like if not loading is not loading, and we say and results.length is 0. And also let's do query.length if it is greater than or equal to. Only in that case what we are going to do, let's change this, fix this typo first, length like this. And now what we are going to do, let's create a div and add a class name px4 like this, py2, and text sm. What else? Text, let's do text muted also, text muted for ground like this. And let's add a text here, no results found, something like that. And now below this one, let's also add our search result. But before that, let's go up and create our search result. So what I'm going to do here, let's come here, use effect, and then in this use effect, what we need to do, let's put an empty array for now as a dependency. And inside, let's do, I will do like set is loading to be true at the beginning like this. What we need to do, we need to add a try catch for the catch error, and let's do toast dot error, something went wrong. And in the try block, let's do we can fetch the data. We just say const data equal await search content like this. And what we need to pass in here, the query like this. We haven't created this search content server action yet, but we will do that soon. After we receive data, we will do set results data dot results, either data dot results or an empty array like this. Finally, and in the finally block, what we need to do, we just need to do set is loading back to false like this. Let's save it. And this function doesn't exist yet. We will go ahead and create that, but let's make sure that this use effect runs every time we start searching, every time the query changes. And let's do it to be debounced. It should not run if someone type every character. It should wait for some time, and then after that it should run. Okay, to do that, I'm going above this use effect and create a ref. I'm doing timer use ref from React, and then in here you can say it's either a number or null. By default, let's do it null, and the type can be either a number or null like this. And now let's come down inside the use effect. If timer exists, what we can do, we just say window.clear timeout, window.clear timeout like this. And which time we should clear? Timer.current this time. If query, let's do query dot trim. If we trim the query, which means removing the white spaces from start and end of the query, and on that time the length is less than 2, it means if the user has typed less than 2 characters, then we set the results to empty. Set results to be an empty array like this. Otherwise, if the user start typing, then we start loading, and then after loading, we will try to fetch the content. Let's do return also. And then here, because this is just one line, I think we can just move it here. Okay, now that this part is done, let's wrap the whole thing, this one, inside the set timeout dot current equal window dot set timeout like this. And it should be an async function. We put this code inside this async function like this. And inside this assign timeout, let's do for how long this should wait. I think we should say 280 milliseconds. That should be enough. And now let's come down and clear the use effect. Return, and then what we do, if timer dot current window dot clear timeout and timer dot current like this. Okay, so now that this part is done, the use effect, let's come down and create our group, because we are searching for both posts and categories. Let's do a group like this, and in this group, let's use memo from React. And when this use memo should run, this should run every time that the result is changing, or every time that the results change. Okay, inside this group, or inside this use memo, let's grab the posts. We say posts and results dot filter. We will filter it by its type. Our dot type is post like this. We say as extract, we extract only the post from result, which we created above. This is our type, and what we need to extract, type post like this. And this is an array. Let's do the same for categories. We say categories, which will be results dot filter. Again, let's do r and r dot type. This time we check for a category, and if it is category, we again extract only the category. Extract from result what we need to extract. The type we need, it is a category like this. This is also an array. Return posts and categories. Let's save this, and now let's go down and use this one. We come down where we did this one is loading. Let's start by using group. We first check if group.posts.length, if there is already a result, it should be greater than 0, and then only in that case we will do, let's create a div. Okay, let's add a class to this div. Class name, what we can do, we just say py2, and also let's add another div. Let's add a class to this one also. Class name px3 and pb1, and the text sx XS also font semi-bold, like this. Let's also do uppercase and also text muted foreground like this. And here we just need to add the title or the type. This will be the type, for example, categories or let's say posts, something like that. And then after the title, let's save this. And then after the title, let's create another div, add a class name. And then this one will be flex, a column, and then gap one like this. For this one, let's do change this title to be for posts. I think it imports from somewhere. Yes, so let's remove this one and let's do it to be like posts like this. So this is only for posts. And below that, let's add group.posts.map. We will map through posts, and this will be post, and we need to return something. What we need to return, we can return a link to the post. So someone can click on that post and it should go to open that post. So straight away add a link, and a link you can import from next link. And let's add an href to be, for now, let's leave it empty or put this one. And let's also add a class name. A class name will be, I don't know, px3, py2, and rounded sm like this. And I think that should be it. And now let's add in the link. We actually also need a key, which will be post dot let's do ID. And now the href, let's change this to be a post dot URL, and in the actual link label, which will be post dot title like this. You can also add post image, but I don't think we need it. Actually, we can style this a little bit better. So what we can do, instead of just putting this, let's style it a bit better. We can add a div and then add a class name flex column like this. Let's come down, add another div. Let's do a class name, and this time we will do a text sm and font medium like this. Let's come down again and add the title here. We'll put the title here. I think that should be all we need for now. You can add extra like images and those things, but I don't think we need those for now. And now let's come down. Let's actually copy this one and do the same thing for categories. We didn't add tags, but you can add tags also. So I'm going to say categories like this. If it is greater than 0, then this title, let's change to categories like this. And also let's do grouped.categories, and let's do this one category like this, and let's change them here. A category, we have the category URL, but there is no title. We have category name like this. I think we are all good to go. Now let's go ahead and create this server action, search content. Okay, let's go inside, let's go to our actions, and then here let's create a new file. We will name it search.ts like this. Export async function. Let's just search content like this. Search content. And this search content will need a query, and the query is of type string. Sorry, it's not an arrow function. Okay. What we can do, we just need to, we can immediately check if the query is empty or not. Even though in client side also we did that, but it's better to do in server side also. So we check if a query dot length. Let's do trim first. If query dot trim dot length is less than 2. So if someone typed less than 2 characters, return results to be an empty array like this. Okay, but if someone typed more than 2 characters, let's try catch here. Try catch. And for the catch, let's do for now console.error. We just do the error like this. In the try block, let's get posts and categories, both of them. Categories, we will use promise.all. Promise.all. Because we are fetching both posts and categories, so we should use promise.all. And now what we need, Prisma dot post dot find money, where the post status is published, or let's do or then this or we just do an array. We say if the title of the post contains our query, contains our query, and then mode will be, let's do insensitive, or you can do sensitive, but insensitive like this. Okay. Oh, I closed the where here. Where should be closing after this, like this. And now either the title of the post contains our query, or the content of the post. Content contains our query. This one also should be case insensitive like this. We can also search if our tags contain our query. Let's do tags also. Tags, and then for tags, it's not contains because it's an array of strings. We can say has some, and then query like this. This is all about our posts. And let's come down. And here, what we need from posts, we don't need the whole post object. We only select a post ID. ID will be true, and title will be true, and the image URL will be true. What else we need? We need the slug also to be true. I think that should be it. Let's do take 10. You can change this as many as you want, and let's do order by updated at. And then descending like this. This is for our posts. And now let's do the similar thing for our category. Okay, come down here. We can copy exactly the same Prisma. Let's do this and paste it here. And then instead of post this time, a category. But for the category, we don't need title, right? We need the name, the name of the if the name of the category contains our query, and that's it. We don't need the tags and we don't need the content. And then here, let's only do the name to be true. Image URL and Slack, we don't need them. And let's take, should we take, let's take 10. That should be okay. And we don't need this status also. And this or also because it's just one thing. So we just say name, remove this thing. And I think there is one extra here. Should be all good like this. And now let's prepare our return value. So come down, just say const results, which will be of type search results or search result. I don't know, let's do search result, an array of search result. We haven't created this one. Let's go at the top and create. It will be exactly the same type like this. I can easily copy this one and come here. Let's paste it. Let's name it search result. Let's rename in our front end also. Instead of result, let's do search result. I just say search result here, and here also search result. So now let's go back here, and this is all good. Let's come down and let's do an array. Inside this array, let's do everything in posts.map, and it should be p, and in p what we need to return here, type is post, title is title is post.title, content is post.content, content is post.content, like this. And also let's do image URL. Image URL will be post.image URL. I think that's all that we need. Actually, we need post ID also. Oh, we don't have content in our type. We only need type ID, title, URL. Okay, we created type, title, and then in here, let's do URL. For the URL where we need to send, we should send it to, let's create a template literal like this. We should send to slash blog and then posts, and also let's do post.slack like this. This will be the URL. We also need to pass the ID, post ID. Our ID will be post.id. I don't know that if we need all of these properties or not, but for now I'm just passing them. Now let's do the same thing for categories. We can just copy this one because categories will be similar to this. Categories.map, and then let's do change post to category like this. And for type, we need a category. Okay. For the title, we don't have title, we just have name like this. And we don't need image URL, but for the category URL, we will send them to blog and then category dot ID like this. We also sending the category ID. Why I did it here? It shouldn't be here. It should be here. I was wondering what's wrong. Okay, now it's okay. And let's save it. And now let's return results. And let's do this one to be a constant. We say as const, and this one also as const to get rid of the error. Okay, perfect. Now let's come here and let's save. It should already import the search content from app actions and then search. Okay, it's complaining about data. Let's do it like this. And now let's also fix this search results. It should be search result, not just result. Search result like this, and then this one also search result like this. All good. I think we forgot in our server action to mark this as use server. It should be use server. Okay, now it should be all good. Now if we go to our browser, we can have the search icon and let's start searching something. Let's start searching for Next.js. Next.js. Let's start loading and now these are the posts and then this is the category. Perfect. You can start by searching something else, like let's do JavaScript like this. And we have a bunch of posts that either their name or title, their content or their title contains JavaScript, and we have one category JavaScript. The texts are very close to each other. I think our style has missing something. Let's go to our VS Code and see what is missing. If we come down, in here, our link, we just did py2 two times for a category and posts, both of them. We should say py2 like this. And now if we save and go back, they are looking very nice. You can add the image also for the posts because we have the image. If you want, we can add it. If you come down here, you can add the image. Let's do a normal image. I'm doing a normal image for now. Image src, and let's self-close this. Let's do, I don't know, post dot image URL like this, and alt will be post dot title like this, and let's add a class name. Height should be 160 pixel, and also weight should be, let's do w full, and then object cover like this. If we check it now, we will have the post's image also like this, and you can style however you want. But for the categories, we don't have image for categories, so that's why I'm not doing the images for posts also. I'm going back to remove it. We are missing one thing. When we click on closing our modal and then opening this again, our search results still have the old content. Let's remove that. In our global search model, we can create another use effect, and in here, let's come down at the dependency. The dependency we will add when the results change. As soon as the results change, we will do set is loading. If it's loading, it should be false, and set results to an empty array. What else? Do we have any other state? The query also to be an empty string. Set query to be an empty string like this. And let's wrap all of them with a condition and say if not is open, and only in that case set them to empty. And their dependency also should be is open, not the results. And let's check our browser now. And if we click on our search and search something, let's do JavaScript again. We have a bunch of posts related to JavaScript and a single category. If we close and open a new search, it should be all good. Okay, perfect. And that's all about our blog application. We have a complete blog application with search options, a category, tag, and a dashboard that you can manage your posts and your categories. And if you found this video useful, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel, and I will see you in the next video.